tell you about the Wellness Company because, of course, the government is lying to you. They always are. I refer you to the segment we just did. The government's goal is dependency and control of our lives. Close to 90% of pharmaceuticals in the US are produced outside of the US. So, what happens when the next global crisis strikes? The price of medications rise, pharmacy shelves will empty, but not if the wellness company can do anything about it. They want your family to be prepared. They make the medical emergency kit that holds 8 life-saving medications that every family should keep in their medicine cabinet, like having a doctor at home. The kit contains antibiotics, antivirals, and parasitics like amoxicillin or a Z-Pak with instructions on safe usage. From tick bites to COVID to extreme bioterror events, every scenario is covered. These prescription emergency kits are in huge demand right now, so head on over to twc.health/redacted and grab one of yours before they're gone. Again, that's twc.health/redacted. Use code redacted. It will save you 10% at checkout. Kits are only available in the USA, but be safe, be prepared, and stay well with the Wellness Company.
Well, get ready for massive censorship in Canada. The groundwork has been laid over the past few months. A playbook right out of the WEF's handbook. And, of course, Justin Trudeau is a stooge of the World Economic Forum, making Klaus Schwab very, very happy. So this week, the Online Harms Bill was introduced in the House of Commons in Canada this week, and it is
like insane. I cannot believe this is actually happening.
Our next guest calls it a monstrosity.
Yeah, no, I can't believe they're actually doing this. Like,
independent journalist from Canada who writes at the Post Millennial and has his own YouTube channel, Creighton's Right. David, you've been watching this from the very beginning, and you've been warning us all over the past year and a half, telling us here on this show just how bad this is. Well, no one stopped it from happening, and now we see it in the House of Commons. So what does this bill purportedly do?
Well, as you said, Clayton, I've been warning people about this censorship bill. It's the third piece of Trudeau's censorship legislation. We had Bill C-11, which was Canadian content, sounded innocuous, but it wasn't. And we had C-18, which demanded money, extorted money from social media companies if they wanted to put Canadian news stories on networks. Those two bills have been bad enough because they have been doing nothing except suppressing news. This one, the Online Harms Act, is really insidious. I'll tell you why. Because I kept thinking it was going to be called the Online Safety Act. That's what it originally had been called.
Really?
That's what the UK called it. That's what Australia has called it. That's what the agenda insisted it be called. But they changed the name.
Okay.
And they changed
We'll make the face the way everybody likes it.
Misinformation, disinformation,
Chris-information, information all about Chris. It's a really nice guy.
And harmful content.
It's worked in Europe.
And
right? I mean, this is a playbook right out of the European playbook on hate. Now, if you add hate into it, now you get into criminality. Right now, we really have to put our foot down on what you're saying and doing online.
You can get a life sentence.
And that's precisely it. I mean, who wants to be in favor?
I literally got a strike. What did I say? She needs a kick in the ass.
Somehow,
and I got flagged for inciting violence.
And that's what this
like it's an expression. Like
insidious. And it talks about sexual exploitation. It talks about child pornography. It talks about protecting children. And when the Minister of Justice,
always
General,
fuck your children.
Really a non-entity came out of
I don't have that.
Irani.
Oh, I don't like your kids.
David Lametti in a cabinet job.
I like my squirrels. I like
He's been given total control over
talk back.
The other two pieces of legislation.
I lock my dog in a cage.
Through the ministry.
And no one can do shit about it. I can literally start beating my dog today, and he will still love me forever.
And because it's all focused on
can't beat your child because eventually they tell on you.
Making more unnecessary laws against hate speech.
Obviously,
we already have laws against hate speech in Canada.
Obviously.
Know that.
Sorry.
This is all about making the pit even deeper for free
Watch
speech.
this magic.
And so I listened to the minister yesterday. All he wanted to
This is why I think men should be allowed to wear makeup and not be like,
but you know what?
Gay, trans, all this.
Creating
like,
another
makeup
layer of
is like
bureaucracy in Canada called the Digital
It
Safety
makes you feel more
Commission
confident.
for
Makes you feel better.
Canada.
Why not?
Another government department. Yeah, we need that.
Oh,
I
great.
mean, Trudeau has literally doubled the number of public servants since he's been in office. Now we need another layer of bureaucracy in Canada.
This is the strategy, though. This is what all of these governments are doing. You're seeing it in the United States and the Department of Homeland Security, of course. This has been exposed, the massive layer of censorship and suppression that is orchestrated right out of the Pentagon. So I guess if you compare it to what the United States is doing, how is it different, do you think?
I think it's different because they've had the audacity to create a new office here as well as this commission is.
Can I just say, people get genuinely very upset if I'm not wearing makeup. Like, I get like, "Are you doing okay?" Like, it's like I don't cover up the one pimple on my face. Like, people who have known me for X amount of time will get like very concerned. So, just so everybody knows, this is what people actually look like on film or on cameras, like without filters, without makeup. People would look kind of like how I look on my film. Anyway, just saying.
Called the Digital Safety Ombudsman.
You changed so much. I'm like, no, not really.
Well, you know what
It's
that's
what I make
the way
about.
to do. That's the online censorship czar. Of course, they don't want to call it that. And it sounds like somebody's going to fairly assess.
And then, like, my
these
makeup on, people be like,
adjudicate
look at you doing so
the
well.
issues out there. But what they're doing here is saying, okay, we're not going to make it necessarily illegal if you contravene our categories of harmful
Like,
content.
genuinely make it a
We're
point
gonna
now
get back
with men
and say,
to actually,
resolve this
like,
matter by
be
yourself
gross.
or else. Then we'll go after you. So censor yourself. This is what is scary
like a
about this
burp
to me.
or a fart.
is that
Just kind of like,
It's not going out there with a naked fist of aggression
'Cause I
and
wanna
saying,
dress
we're
how I
going to
want,
throw
like,
you in jail the minute you
without having
contravene
to be
our
scared of
legislation.
like men being
First,
like,
they're
yo,
gonna come
what's
back
up?
to you and say, okay,
Do you want to like acknowledge my existence? Which means you obviously want to
Change.
fuck. Like,
what you said. Amend your speech. Stop saying that. And if you don't, we're going to come back and get you. Because
men
the
are pigs.
categories of harmful content, it's right in this bill. All you have to do is read it. Nobody's reading it, though. Because
Nobody can read anymore!
What's all about
everyone's fucking putting out a book. I don't see people reading books ever.
and content that sexually victimizes a child.
Yeah, reading
We're
a
trying to
Kindle.
stop here.
Like,
But what-
fucking
doesn't that already
a
exist?
fucking
Like,
device is
doesn't-
reading something to
Isn't
you,
it-
like as a
isn't it
story,
already
like
illegal to
fucking.
share pedophilia.
That's how we teach
and
kids how to
stuff
read
and
with
child
cassette tapes.
pornography? Like, isn't that already illegal? Why do you need a new bill that couches it? And I always find this hilarious, right? In the United States, we call it hate. That's a hate crime.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't it already illegal to kill somebody? But now there's an extra layer of hate on top of you. On top of it, it makes no sense. You just add these, this language on top of it.
Mhm.
So yeah, did Canada already have these protections in place?
Yes, of course we did. Of course we had protections against child. We had protections against child pornography, and we had protections against hate speech.
Like,
This will actually create another category in the criminal code.
first of all, your fucking child does
Simply
not need a device. Second of all, even if your kid doesn't have a
Hate
device,
speech
kid,
as a
you should
separate
know
crime.
what your kid's doing on
So
the
not
fucking
only
on
is
the
it
device. Your kid
not-
gets caught
it's not
like
gonna be
from talking to
just
strangers to go meet up with them.
if
Like,
it's motivated by
like,
hate.
what are
If you say
pen pals?
something motivated by hate that's wrong in the government side, you're going to be charged under a separate category. So, and they're going to insist that hatred or harmful content somehow be defined. That's going to be in the broadest context.
mm-hmm.
Right. Have they tried to define it, or is there any examples of what they say is hate speech?
Heil Hitler?
Well, there's lots of examples of hate speech, but they have never tried to define hatred because, of course, where do you begin and where do you end? I
Think
always
I-
say that if you read Das Kapital,
Yeah,
or the
that's kind of
Communist
hate speech.
Manifesto, there's plenty of that book that could be constituted as hate speech against property owners, hate speech against capitalists.
Yeah, I hate
Against
everybody
people who go to
equally.
work, as Karl Marx never did. But I don't want those books banned because I consider that to be hateful.
Do I watch Fox News because I like Fox
Right.
News?
What-
No, it's
what's going
painful to
on?
watch.
And
But
it's
sometimes,
interesting is when if you go through the categories of harmful content, yes, they talk about the sexually victimization and they talk about intimate content communicated without consent, but then you get to what they're really after.
yeah.
And that's content that foments hatred, content that incites violent extremism or terrorism, And content that incites
Like
violence.
standing in front of a church holding up a Bible?
Anything I say in support of the Freedom Convoy could be construed as harmful content because the Trudeau government considered the Freedom Convoy to be a violent extremist group. So I've got them right there. Right there.
If that's what they consider violent extremists,
extremists,
like, holy shit.
Supporting the Freedom Convoy because Trudeau
I'm like
considers
literally
them
the
an
definition of
extremist
Satanism,
and
man.
violent group. That's what this whole issue was always about with him invoking the Emergencies Act. In fact, Liberal members of Parliament actually called them terrorists.
Right.
So any content that I put out or independent journalists put out or new media or even mainstream media that is in any way fomenting support of that can be constituted as harmful content. In fact, even hate speech.
Well, this is a
Bouncy castles.
playbook, right? I mean, this is again a page right out of the playbook on how you suppress this type of content because then they can go to the large big tech companies and they can say to YouTube and Google and so forth, guidelines in Canada now.
So you guys were gone for a while.
And now it's protecting
You guys were gone for a while.
content. And it gives then those countries the power to be able to do that. And censor it. And these big tech companies have to throw up their hands. And they say, you know what?
Hi, Jago.
We're just in alignment with
Is it
Germany.
cold out?
We're just in alignment with
I will take off your boots.
on this policy. We're just in alignment with Canada on this policy. And Google and YouTube could just throw their hands up about it when this type of content gets banished and suppressed, blocked, and maybe even then facing fines or jail time as a result of it.
Yes, and as you said at the beginning of this conversation, this is a globalist agenda. It's happening all over the world, throughout Europe, and particularly in the English-speaking democracies.
There you go.
It used to be the bulwark against authoritarianism. If this can happen in Canada, this can happen anywhere. And of course, it has happened already throughout Europe. And there are actors in the United States who want the same kind of legislation there. And if it doesn't happen under Joe Biden, it won't happen under any successor. But this is dangerous because it's demanding self-censorship. Putting a chill out there, saying,
What does that mean?
you better abide.
You better do it. You better do it yourself. You better censor yourself. And if you don't, then we'll come after you. So you'll receive some sort of a slap on the wrist from the government, and you now need to censor yourself. You're going to have a whole just nation of sheep walking around.
Mad.
Well, and isn't that the essence of a totalitarian regime, like, where people
Everyone's going mad.
If you talk to people who went through Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia,
Because they're still alive, some of
they
them.
used to say the
You
only
can't
time they
make
could
up
speak
lies
to
about a group of people that are still around.
because that's the only time they really felt nobody was listening. And this is what this legislation is all about, is that we tell ourselves, oh, I can't say that. I could be going to jail. Or I could have the police at my door.
Yep.
Or I could have a letter in the mail saying you're going to have to appear.
And that actually happened to a guy.
Or human rights.
He said something bad about Justin Trudeau, and the cops showed up at his house. And he's like, "What are you here for?" And they're like, "Well, you left a message at Chrystia Freeland's office that was threatening." He's like, "Where? What? At what point did I say a threat? I never threatened her. I'm just saying that I'm upset, like because we are getting screwed here." And they're like, "Well, she felt like she felt like she was being threatened." It's like, but I didn't threaten her. So why the fuck are cops at my door now? Like, what is it that you're here to do exactly? Like, to scare him. It's to scare him, and it's to publicly embarrass you in front of all your neighbors. Like,
Shouldn't have said it. Justin Trudeau, though, this week said something I hated, which he called out. He said, the world is we're starting to see the rise, the growth
like half an hour,
of
45 minutes.
authoritarianism and totalitarianism and dictatorships. And I couldn't believe that he said this with a straight face.
For half an hour, 45
I will
minutes.
say that in all of our democracies, in
Okay.
every democracy around the world, we are seeing a rising
We'll go soon.
movements of
Very soon.
either authoritarian populism or
Worst case scenario,
skepticism about
we change
democracy
my
itself.
check tomorrow.
And we all need to recommit ourselves to standing up, not just for Ukraine,
So I was saying
but
earlier,
through standing up for
get
Ukraine
my
to the
check
very
later
principle.
because Liz gonna be back later.
principles that make our countries
If
stronger.
you want.
So it's not a problem.
Agree.
So
If you want.
Justin Trudeau says these comments
But I still haven't texted Matthew.
almost. He says them with a straight
Let's
face,
see what,
as if
if,
he
make
doesn't
sure he's
realize
not
what's
doing
happening in
something.
his own country, being led by him to clamp down on freedoms, the authoritarianism that he is presiding over in Canada.
Yeah, but this is more of this fucking nonsense about like you guys just don't understand what the threat level is, and it's just like yeah, it's like we don't understand how banks work apparently.
There he is.
Like,
calling
No one would sign up.
That's why we have
because
that sort of
it's gonna
rights.
use
It's
the
so
police
that
to
if I don't
suppress
threaten you, but you still
political
threaten it, we know that it's not a threat.
Nonsense. As
Like, it's not because you think it's a
Andrew
threat that
White
it is.
pointed out.
Well, they were like making it so they like they want a
Who's the one that
person
used the
at a
full force of the
desk
state and
who
the police
sifts through
against
the
political
internet.
opponents?
I'm like, you
That's
want
true.
one person
Who had the
to
police
go through all these
physically
fucking things.
beat up
What?
Freedom Convoy.
What are you
president
talking
and
about?
stood
That's not
there
possible.
reporting on it.
First of all,
And I
you have
stood
an
there
army
watching.
of people doing this.
Police
You still will not be able to
physically
filter out the
abused
internet.
Freedom
Like it's
Convoy
not
people while Justin
logically
Trudeau
possible.
wasn't even in
I
town
just
to watch. So who's the coward?
Yeah, then we'll come by later.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I'll just
hiding
put
in a
one.
cabin somewhere. No one can find Justin Trudeau. Well,
I don't wanna
we'll get
be-
you
I
out
don't
of here on
wanna
this, David.
rush
Where does this go
Rush
from here in the House of Commons? What is?
You just don't want to go do stuff.
No, I don't want to rush you.
I wish I could be
Like,
more
okay,
optimistic.
baby,
I
let's go.
believe here
Why right
Polyev
the
and the
second?
conservatives will
Between 5 and
oppose
6,
this
5 o'clock.
because as
Yes.
Polyev
But if you
said
go
on
at
many
6,
occasions,
It's
how
not
do you
between
define
5 and 6
hate
anymore.
speech in Canada? It's anything that
That's why I
Justin
don't
Trudeau
wanna rush
hates.
you, so I'm just gonna-
Is ruled by the
you
hate
just don't want to
speech.
deal with other people, and then
Label
like come with me to
on this
face how
legislation.
Jane
I
and
know
Matthew
we
did.
land.
The problem
It's
is
not
that
right
the
now,
New
it's right
Democratic
downstairs.
Party, the socialists,
Yeah, but then
are
I'll be going to
continuing
Matthew.
prop up the liberals. They
Come
just
up,
got their
bring the
latest
dog.
concession.
So the only
More
matter I have
legislation
when
is
I
on
want
its
to
way
figure out
Hey,
is
for
that
the
I'm gonna
NDP.
quit.
Just-
They're going to continue to support this
Just
government
fucking pull your leg.
And-
Chill.
without
Don't pull my leg.
the NDP
Okay.
God.
relinquishing
Yeah.
that control. I believe this
Getting all
legislation could
fucking
pass
fussed for
before the
nothing.
next election. Now that would be catastrophic. It would have to be repealed by the conservative government that will probably, in all probability, follow the defeat of the Trudeau Liberals. But in the meantime, we could be at the mercy of this authoritarian, dictatorial Trudeau regime.
Dictatorial.
David Creighton up in Canada. Thank you so much for joining us as always. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Clay.
All right, thanks so much, David. We really appreciate it. I should mention here, they just discovered in the bill also has this, we should have mentioned this, but ran out of time. The new standalone hate crime offense that would apply to every offense in the criminal code and in any other act of parliament, allowing penalties up to life imprisonment
Yeah.
to denounce and deter this hateful conduct as a crime in and of itself. So
Making an example.
$70,000 fine also from a human rights tribunal if hate speech is presented in Canada. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
All right,
Oh,
well,
believe
we
it,
have more news
Naruto.
to get to. We're going to talk about why teenage boys, particularly, are sick of wokeness. So, if you are a parent of a
What?
teenager, pay close attention. We'd like to hear what your experiences are as well. So, are you ready for that?
Giddy up, let's do it.
Click your knuckles. Okay. Teenagers have had enough of the woke agenda. Data shows that these young people, particularly young boys, are skewing more conservative, and liberal parents are freaking out and wondering, what did I do wrong? They're trying so hard to tell
You
these
didn't
young
parent
men
your
about their
child?
privilege and their toxic masculinity.
Toxic
Toxic
okay?
masculinity. No, I'm not.
So
Let me
you're
take a
sure?
breath on that.
She can't even say it. She loves it so much.
Yeah, it's a wonder no one wants to hear about that because I cannot even pronounce it. So do you wonder why? Now, this comes from a recent article that appeared in New York Magazine. It says, "Can parents prevent their sons from sliding to the right?" The title alone is problematic. Is it good parenting to have a rigid set of beliefs that your children must
You should not
adhere
have
to?
this much of a relationship with your child.
Entire-
Can we prevent our children from becoming conservative? Can we prevent our children from not being climate
Stop being so
alarmists?
involved in
How
your
do we
child's
stop
life.
that?
It's weird.
Literally every young adult novel is about how children want to break free of their parents' ideology
Yeah.
and think for themselves.
Yeah.
Right? Every book about adolescence
Like,
is
leave them
about
alone.
that. And how we cannot impose ourselves on our children as parents any more than, I don't know. I mean, your child is not your possession to dictate what they say and believe. But that is what this person would have us believe. This is apparently this mom's goal because she says her sons are becoming oppressors right before her eyes. We're going to show you how. This is by columnist Catherine Jaser Morton. And what is it that's so upsetting to her? Well, she says, I've always tried to raise my sons in the spirit of loving gender agnosticism, if not neutrality, or of honoring their passion while honoring their passion for trucks in the NFL. Like, they're boys, but I also
and
to
if you ram
gender
shit
neutrality.
down someone's throat,
Okay, that's
they tend to not
appreciate
appreciate
it.
it.
We had a good,
Like-
gentle run, but now my elder son is becoming conversant in such signs as sigmas and looks maxing. And whatever my best intentions are, my husband and Gray and I need to be recalibrated with a new set of much more challenging identity-defining conditions. So I had to look up what these things are that she was so upset about her son's adopting. Sigmas. Do you know this one, boys?
I've never heard of it.
Okay.
I mean, I know an alpha male, and I know.
Oh, wait, what?
Boys,
Kind of what it is.
like alpha males, like a strong male. I know, with so many
Sigma
beta males right
male?
now. And like so
The
many liberal
fuck is
males.
that?
Can you
So
read
many, I know the term soy.
The example of
right?
this.
But
Toxic masculinity?
I use Sigma camera
Oh,
lenses.
is that what
That's
it
what
is?
I'm using right
That's
now.
what they're
So
talking about.
Does that make me a Sigma male since I'm a...
No.
Okay, the picture that we just showed you is a typical Sigma male. It's a guy who's popular, successful, highly independent, and
They
self-reliant.
took the picture
Like
from
John
fucking
Wick.
John Wick. Like, of course he looks like
Look
that.
in
The
the mirror.
guy's shocked. It's not how he looks in
Is
real
that
life.
so toxic?
You
What,
didn't
what about that do you not want for your child? Popular, successful, highly
No, I don't want my
independent,
child
and
to be popular.
self-reliant. No.
Popular people suck.
You need to be a
Unpopular.
loser.
Yeah, be a loser. I'm part of the Not Cool Kids Club, and I've never been more happy. Never been more comfortable with my life.
On the looks maxing, because this is what she said is also very toxic, and she wishes that her son had nothing to do with it. That means that you're a young boy who tries to look.
All the people who are like, I'm
Now,
self-made.
think about it. If you're,
Nobody helped me get to where I am.
if you're a parent,
Everything
here's
that I
a-
have, I built it myself.
Oh my god!
Maxine, see if you would really be upset if your son was into this.
This is what all models do to look so much better than the average person. And the funny thing is my model friends have actually told me that they're told to gatekeep this information. They don't want average people knowing this because it's going to make them look significantly better. And it's pretty ironic because it's trending all over TikTok right now and it's called looks maxing. For example, if you see comments on a video where it says like, he has a negative campo tilt, it's over, that's a really niche topic in looks maxing and they made it into a joke. But yeah, the word is getting out.
I
there,
don't
so much
understand what you just
information, so
said.
what I'm doing in this
You're
video is I'm
speaking
dumbing it
English,
down
and I
to
can't
4
understand.
things that if you do these things, you're going to look significant.
I feel like I just had one of those moments like on Finding Nemo with like the little turtle, and he says like, I know he's talking to me, I don't know what you're saying. Like, you're speaking English, I know you're speaking English, but like everything you just said was not. I don't know what it means. Like, apparently I don't speak any. I fucking French people want me to speak French. I can't even speak English. Like.
It's going to make them look significantly better. And it's pretty ironic because it's trending all over TikTok right now and it's called looks maxing. For example, if you see comments on a video where it says like, he has a negative campo tilt, it's over, that's a really niche topic in looks maxing and they made it into a joke. But yeah, the word is getting out, there's so much information, so what I'm doing in this video is I'm dumbing it down to 4 things that if you do these things, you're going to look significantly better than you do right now. Number 1 is maxing out your hair. This includes the hair on your head, your eyebrows, and your facial hair. So if you're a guy, you need to start doing what girls do. Get a
I
permit,
wish I
you
could
have
have a
to
fucking
use hair
mustache.
products, tidy up your eyebrows and eyelashes. For eyelashes, something you could do, for example, is like add rosemary oil to make them more healthy, whatever. The next thing is literally just working out. Go to the gym. Having an insanely aesthetic physique is going to put you away from
I
the
hate
average
you.
person. The third thing is literally skincare. Having an aesthetic physique is going to put you away from the average person.
Okay,
Literally just
I heard
working
something
out.
else.
Go to the gym. Having an
Fuck the
insanely
gym.
aesthetic physique is going to
Fuck
put you
everybody
away
goes
from
to
the
the
average
gym.
person. The third thing is literally skincare. Wash your face with a facial cleanser and use a moisturizer. That's simple.
Or
And
just
if you
put
want, you can
fucking
use an
pounds of
exfoliator.
makeup on your
And the last
face.
thing
It's
is
way
your low body fat
easier.
percentage. Literally, if you do these 4 things, you're going to look like a model. Or at least way better than you.
You know what? I have a way better solution for all those things. All you have to do is take those, what do you call it? The pills that fucking moms are giving their fat daughters. that's actually for diabetes, and then they have to take them forever because they now have diabetes. But also, it really helps with your diet, and it really makes you slim down. Fasting, you can do fasting because it's a new trend as well. It helps lose weight. My job is usually my fucking gym. Every time the one time that I did go to a gym with a friend as like a guest pass, I didn't really even see people using. No, I went to the gym that's across the street from the McDonald's, ironically, which I think is so hilarious that they put the McDonald's and a gym right across from each other. I feel like it's so mean. It's like fucking. I think it was done purpose. But like, I literally saw a bunch of people standing around on their fucking phones. I was like, okay, so you guys pay for like a gym membership to go and socialize with all your friends and be like it's like high school, like basically. Some guy asked me to take a picture of him because I was like dumbfounded of him flexing and like doing selfies in the mirror, and he thought I was like impressed because I was like, my mouth was open. I was like, wow, you're gross. You're just like a really gross person. And he was like, would you mind taking a picture? I was like, did you just ask me to get away from me? Please get away from me. I have this weird instinctual pouts to kill fucking thing happening. Like, go do sports, go get a friend and throw the fucking football or like back and forth like normal people. People don't need to be going to the gym unless you're like an athlete of some kind. And even if you're an athlete, that's your career. It's so sad. I'm so tired of seeing grown ass fucking men that are literally fighting at their kids' little league games, and they're just like fucking sad about their like fucking their sports career that never was because they blew up their kneecap and knocked up the town whore. Like you have that many feelings about sports, like, and you're an adult that pays bills, like, and you want me to take you seriously?
You do right now. Try them out.
All right, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Toxic?
Are you saying you think it is?
No.
No, I don't think the adding rosemary to your eyebrows.
Huh?
Like, I'd be like, my son was like, Daddy, I want to get some
Little
rosemary. I'd be like, no, we're not doing that.
Why not?
I fell asleep in my chair
in the
first.
bathroom right now. If my son said, "Can I
That's
use
much more
this so my eyelashes look better?" it would not bother me.
All right, maybe. I don't know.
If my kid asked me, if my son came up to me and was like, can I use your rosemary oil for my eyelashes? I'd be like, what the fuck are you saying to me right now? Like,
It's literally a young kid just discovering health and wellness.
hey,
Is that so
you!
toxic that liberals cannot have it?
No, they can't handle it.
What?
No, I'm fine with that. I guess the rosemary thing, but I'm fine with it.
Making friends?
Absolutely, 100%.
Alex,
I
are you?
care what I look like. What? I don't want my son.
Hey,
to
you got caught.
Their hair.
No, he left.
Literally nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Okay, go
All right.
ahead.
The thing that's wrong with it is he's all and white.
I have to ask him a
So that's-
question.
No, that's a problem. You can't change
And-
that.
And he's shirtless
How
in the
much
laundry
meat do we
room.
get for $10?
It's like, is there no clean clothes? He can put on a shirt.
Say
But okay,
that.
he's a teenager.
I very much support
Yeah,
his.
no.
Okay.
I very much support his meat endeavors.
Me too. I think it's ridiculous.
You know what? At least it's making money. Like, if someone's gonna buy his weird mystery meat, all the power to him.
Mystery meat. Like, you want reused meat? Like, think about this.
No, I have to ask him if his girlfriend is potentially the one that cut my dog's nails. She just like was in the parking lot during the summer, and she was doing everyone in the parking lot's dog's nails. I was just like, do you want to take like a jab at mine? And she literally did it like it was nothing. I was like, fuck. I can do other people's dog's nails, but I can't do my dog's nails because I almost cut his toe off once, and now I'm like fucking all nervous. And he's just like I usually bring him to the vet, and the vet will like lay on top of him. I'm like, wow, that's super effective. But they're usually the only ones who can do it. And I tried to pay her. I was like, can I give you like $5-10 like for doing my dog's nails? She's like, no, it's okay. I'm like, really? Like, can I give you something else, like weed or cigarettes, or like, can I just give you something? Because like, I that was super awesome and very helpful. And I don't know who the fuck she was, but I would love for her to come back around. Actually, Sarah Gavardi is another one who watches mine frequently. Well, not frequently actually, but she checks in every once in a while. Victoria was telling me that she gets like nervous because she knows that I can see that someone's watching. And she's just like, I don't want to be like creeping, and then like you see someone's watching and see it's me, and you're gonna be like all weirded out. I'm like, what the fuck? What happened in your brain there? Like, I was like, I don't think you get what I'm doing here, Vic. Like, but then again, Victoria will be like literally like top half naked, and I'm just like in the parking lot, and I just like kind of like my eyes just like drift towards her general vicinity. And I'm like, oh Jesus, Victoria, put a fucking shirt on. She's like, stop looking at my window, creep. I'm like, Vic, put a shirt on, like, or close your curtains, like Jesus. That's what you do. I know. Good point.
What girls are gonna like his video?
I think what they're saying is she's saying I don't want my son to be into this, which means they don't want independent, good-looking kids. I don't want a Sigma or a Look Maxer. I want them then to be fat and ugly, and we have to speak for their.
I want you to be a normal boy
in the world.
And not
that's not asking me
And
for
not
my
independent.
rosemary oil for your eyelashes.
Living off mom and dad.
I don't even know what rosemary oil is. Like, and I'm a female that obviously likes my products. Like, I like my chemicals and products and shit.
Raising
But,
their
like,
voice, they're probably drawn to conservative values because they're entitled. Here she links to a story by a piece by Dr. Robert James, who says that the central move towards
that's what I mean. Like,
conservatism among young men is a sense that they are the aggrieved party and they're being robbed of entitlements. And that's why they might, I mean, she's totally discounting that they have anything at all. She says, you know, in today's world, which borrows from the free market economy, success isn't figured in terms of doing steady business, means going viral, experiencing a crazy run of success, and earning a windfall. I don't understand how these things connect. Like, you're an aggrieved party, but there's market forces. That's not a point. Like, they're too conjunct. Like,
She's gonna
they
be
don't.
there around 9:30.
contradicting.
What? She
So
says
we'll
that
go
even though
tomorrow.
white
What?
men feel like
I'm
they
gonna
can't
tell her to
say
leave
or
it in
do
the
anything right, with
No.
presumably her son is a white male.
No,
The
because I don't want
cancel
fucking
culture
marry. I
isn't
don't want
real,
someone else.
We'll go
which
tomorrow?
means she knows there's a
Why don't we go
reality, but
tonight?
it's not
Like,
their
9:30?
reality. It's not
9:30?
real. She
Like
explains
seven.
this from her
Okay.
perspective as a humanities college professor, which her husband is too. She
'Cause
says
I don't-
many of
I
these
don't
young
want
men
her to
seem
leave me in the
anxious
mailbox
about
just in
saying the
case.
wrong
Okay.
thing and often refuse to participate, sometimes projecting a provocative kind of defensiveness that is their own argument. As much as I think the cancel culture is a fake
Because I know
problem
Quinn
in
didn't act
media,
alone,
girl.
Yeah.
Really?
and she's desperate right now.
feels
So
Yeah.
It feels very real to young men when they're sitting in the classroom. But she says, don't worry, because I'm going to keep trying to influence them. She says, I suspect progressive leaning
you know what?
white
She'll find
parents
some
own
a new
anxiety
like
about our
fucking
reputations. Plays a
supply
part
of
in our
people that she
conversation
can
with our teenage son, and they can feel
suck
it.
dry.
As in,
And
Yep.
hopefully
I'm
that'll
raised
make
a
it so that she
conservative,
fucking fucks off
I'm
somewhere else.
screwed. That's going to make me look bad.
Because
She says
everyone's
teenagers
fucking
are
done.
more attuned to vanity and artifice than any
But
other
it's cool
species.
though. Honestly,
So
like
try to
honestly, they thought it was like a weird like cleaner almost feeling. Like not actually like cleaner because it's fatal, but like
Well, Mike Bennett left.
that's
Uh,
true.
Well, like, it's not like it was causing the worst. It's just that
Oh no, but
it's
it
going
was
nowhere.
it was not only like potential for fucking some real bad fucking shenanigans to start happening, like turf wise, like because it's easier to get away with that kind of thing if you're like more up north area or like more in a segregated area. But like just on the same block, if you're gonna be doing that, you have to know who was doing it before you.
Yeah.
Because you are poaching on someone's turf and people are going to do something about it. Like,
Peekaboo. Can I have my joint?
No.
Here. Look off book.
fuck off, book.
No, that's it.
Okay,
Okay.
let me turn this
To
down.
hide your own at your own peril. When my voice raises and I start lecturing a teen about why he needs to recognize the importance of the history of indigenous people
Oh.
rather than simply appropriate all the slang he's learned from Reservoir Dogs.
Oh
He
man.
talks that, and I wonder what makes him think. I mean,
First of all, she said the movie is Reservoir Dogs. She wrote Reservation Dogs.
yes. Okay.
No, that's a movie show.
Oh, is it?
No, that's a TV show.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's,
should
it's,
have
it's,
Okay.
Well, shut the fuck up, guys. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
you said Reservoir Dogs.
There's no native
Yeah,
slang
sorry,
reservoir
sorry.
dog.
Anyway,
No
sounds
need
super
undercover
fun.
cop.
Reservation dogs? What the fuck is that?
Recognizing indigenous people, it's just no wonder that teenage boy is not picking up what she's putting down, right?
It's really funny. Okay, so like that teacher that I messaged me back, that was one of like the first things that actually made me like be like, okay, I'm down for you. You seem pretty cool. There's this girl, Vanessa Carbonneau. I actually punched her in the face when we were in high school. And then she like went to swing back at me and she punched the teacher in the face and got suspended. Yeah, she's such a fucking bitch. She literally like was booking this girl Serena, and it's like Serena had a crackhead mom, and her brother was like kind of a huge thief and was always getting in trouble. And she was like, she cut her hair off and she was like basically bald. And Vanessa and all the popular preppy girls used to pick on her. And one day I was coming up to my locker and I saw Vanessa Booker, so I fucking threw her into a locker. I was like, don't fucking pick on Serena. Like she didn't do anything to you. Fuck off. Like. You're just like super judgy because she fucking shaved her head, like. But one day we were in history class and randomly Vanessa goes, "I don't understand why we have to like always be like learning this stuff, like with all the natives." And like my teacher was like, "Pardon?" She's like, "I don't know. It just seems like I don't get why it's like we always have to like be talking about like native history." And like my teacher was like, "Are you that fucking ignorant?" And she was like, "You can't say that to me." She was like, "No, you need to fucking understand why Native history is so fucking important, and the fact that you don't even want to like listen." You okay? You gonna Benadryl's in the. Okay. Oh, that was great. I love seeing fucking. That's like burned into my fucking memory. So, you hate what?
Huh?
You hate what?
That state.
Oh, your repeated sneezing spit. Yeah, Dom gets them too sometimes. So is my dog. All three of you. I'll
Kill someone.
Oh, but I'm the only one her. Want to join back? Maybe go wash your face? Or smell this. Just shove your nose into the Vicks jar.
I can't even fucking do anything right now.
So no more joint rolling for you. Okay, I'll roll you your next joint. How about that? Okay, then.
That household with this mom.
No, I mean, it's hard enough to connect to my own teenage son.
You should not connect to your own son fucking very well. It should be difficult. That's normal.
Asking questions about his day, right? You cannot constantly be coming for him, but also she just flatly dismisses the possibility that boys could be reacting to some legitimate concerns. The New York Post critiqued this article today, and they point out that rather than open her mind to the possibility that her boys and other young men like them might have legitimate
You're
disagreements
gonna
with
live?
their worldview, she chalks their concerns up to an irrational victim
hope so.
mindset. And it's almost as if she would do better if she had daughters. Like, girls have probably good influence with these boys. That's in the end, she says
She's right.
going to try and be patient as she continues to try to raise liberal kids. I did recently have a friend tell me, and this is not a conservative or liberal friend, someone who's very much in the middle. And she said her teenage boy, who's a
So
freshman
yeah,
in
let's
high
kick in the
school,
butt too.
he
So much
likes to
information
rail a
about it.
lot against
Oh my God.
liberals.
Well, your
It's
friends,
and she's
just
like,
your
I don't know
friends
where
find
he's getting
them.
this. I don't
What's
talk
that
like
over
this
there?
at home, but
Middle?
he hates woke
I wanna just
liberals.
make it, yeah.
And where does that
One of
come
my other
from?
teachers did that too, Tracy.
Like,
She
this
wrote
is
something about her, like a
young
status
boys
about her
are
son
latching onto.
not
It's not
peeing in the
white
bowl
boy
when he goes
that
to the
she's
bathroom in the
talking
morning.
about.
And everyone was like,
And
because he's got a
there's
heart on.
something there,
And
and
she's
whether
like, by
or
the
not
way,
something
don't
for
tell him that I
us
fucking made this
to
Facebook
learn as
status.
parents,
Like,
rather than just like pushing.
I don't think you understand what the
Well, I
internet
think
is.
the
Like,
media, I think
obviously he's
absolutely,
going to
I think
see
a lot of
this,
these
or
young
someone's
boys
going
are
to see this
seeing
and kill
media
him.
appropriate.
Obviously.
has really
And it's
led
such an
them
inappropriate
astray.
question,
Sick and
like-
tired of
Like,
seeing,
don't your brain go
Disney
teach your
crap,
kid
they- what
piss
happens
sitting
to
down in the
Star
morning?
Wars going woke, there
Put it
are
in your
other
piss water.
programs
Make him
that
clean it
are
up.
suddenly filled
You don't
with,
understand.
Right? Like,
was the Marvel She universe,
Like, why is your
'Cause you
child
know,
an
you
adult
know,
and doesn't know how to pee
that
properly?
it's-
What?
I don't even know why she calls it a hard on as well, because it's not the same.
There's other people that were saying
you know
that.
why men?
I don't think she understood that's why it was happening, because he had a hard on.
You know why men get a hard on when they're sleeping and they need to pee? It blocks you from peeing yourself. It's a natural mechanism. You don't pee when you're hard.
Okay.
So when I need to pee and I'm sleeping, I get a hard on because I need to pee, and it makes me not pee myself while I sleep. It's a natural.
Yeah, but I think she was just unaware that that was the problem. And it's just like
There's a lot of things you can do about this, but
you know what? The bigger problem you have is the fact that you just shared this on Facebook.
Yeah.
And you would think that he's not gonna ever see it, like, and no one's ever gonna bring it up to him. Like, are you retarded?
How to behave. In fact, middle-aged people don't know how to
She's
behave.
super Jewish, and there was this
So,
really,
yeah,
really
maybe
dumb girl,
this is some sort of
Taylor
cultural
Siran.
rebelliousness.
Fucking me and my friend Dom, we have this ongoing joke where we're like, shut your laps, there's a witch around here. And it's literally because she fell because she was running, and it's just like a great thing to picture, a like grown ass person who's like running like an idiot, trips over literally nothing, and like fucking face plants into the ground and then starts crying. And she's on the ground, and Walter's just like on the ground with her, like trying to get her to stop crying. And me and Dom were like in the changing room, and we're like, "What is that? Is there a fucking witch around here? Like, what is that sound?" We just like go out the door, and Taylor's on the ground crying. We're like, "Oh my god, that sound was Taylor? Gross!" And she's just like ugly girl crying. There's not even blood. She had like a couple layers of skin scraped off, and she's like, we're like, "Oh my god!" And then Walter just like looks at me. He's like, I'm like, "Oh, it's nice to be you. Enjoy her." She failed her fucking driving the written test 13 times.
Okay. I nailed it the first time. 98%.
I think maybe she should be banned from ever driving. Like, that's what everybody says. This is the easiest thing to pass. Is the written part.
Yeah. It's just common sense. And you have to reread the question twice because they're trying to make it complicated as the question is rewrote
I don't
a
know.
different way, but it's the same question.
I did my written part with like in a group in class because my driving teacher was also the security
Oh, you guys
guard.
don't have a computer?
No, it was like 10 questions on like like a little strip of paper like this big.
Us, it was about 30 questions.
Oh wow.
On a computer thingy, but it's like I'm telling you, like 3 questions were the same, just
For your
written differently.
probationary?
Yeah, but it's like 3 questions are
Really?
the same, so it's like 10 questions, but then they're repeating them differently, just so you understood if it's really that, you know. So if you don't like that's why.
No, Joanna was like the super cool like little Russian security guard at my school, and she would like catch me outside smoking, and she'd be like, "Miss Swan," and I'd be like, "Oh shit, Joanna." And she was like, "Well, what are you doing?" I'm like, about to be going to my class. And she's like, "Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be back here in 5 minutes. If I see you back here, I'm bringing you to the office." Like, okay, thank you. Right away, Joanna, goodbye. But I saw her after I graduated to do my license, and she looked 10 years younger. She had dyed her hair blonde.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, wow, you look really good. Like, you look like you're 30. And she was like, wow, what, really? I'm like, why do you, like, what happened to you? And she's like, oh, I got a divorce.
Oh.
And she's like, and look, I got a tattoo. It's like a lotus flower. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. Yeah, she's a really cool lady. And she actually told her class, she was like, since I've been a security guard at the high school, like for the past like 20 years or 25 years, and she's like, and I think I lost count of like how many students that I've known that were in car accidents that had died, and or like for whatever reason a car was involved and they had died. So that's why she was doing it. She was doing the courses.
Wow. Crazy.
She didn't drive up until like fucking, she was at the time I was doing it. She was like, I've only been driving for like 6 years, because she was like, I used to bike everywhere. I used to bike to work, but she lives over the Green Bridge from Chattagy. That's a really far drive, and they closed the Green Bridge for like an entire year.
Oh, really?
And she was like, it forced me to get my license. I absolutely had to. Otherwise, it would take me like an hour and a half to bike to work. Like, you take her half an hour to bike to work, and she would do it even in the winter.
It'd be an hour to bike to work every day and back. In Toronto.
But she's also like,
Right here in the subway.
she has like 2 kids that are like about my age, like, and yeah, she was really cool. But it was like, she was like, there's no point of like failing you on a written exam, because the only way you'll learn how to drive is by getting in a car.
Yeah.
Like, sitting in a class, like, yeah, it is like part of it, but like, so we did it as a group, and she basically gave us all the answers. Like, oh, okay.
What?
Adele ad.
Delage?
Adele. Huh?
Oh.
I thought they were like collaborating with Alienware.
Anyway, what on earth do you think? Let me know in the comments below. If you're looking for another video similar to this video,
Oh, son
check
of a
out
bitch.
that video there. If you're looking for a VPN to get around Trudeau's censorship, his Bill C-11, his online safety act used for VPN that I use, which is ExpressVPN. Go to expressvpn.com/marketmania. I will see you in the next one.
No.
Take care. It's an absolute bombshell which exposes Trudeau for collaborating with the Chinese government. Anna Lavley, potentially, that could have happened. I mean, we don't want another cerveza sickness, no thank you, but let's get
What?
right into this.
Cost,
Cerveza? What?
the crime, the corruption, and the cover-up. But now we know that he cannot protect our people or our country. We've just received these documents that Trudeau has been covering up for years. Documents related to a massive security breach at the Trudeau government's most sensitive laboratory, where the most dangerous viruses and pathogens are studied and handled.
And I just want to take a second here to note this, because, you know, he's talking about this lab, but this is exactly
joint's
the
still
type
going?
of thing that you don't want happening.
No, but
I mean,
I'll
did you
no.
want them
No,
studying
it's okay.
those dangerous
What?
viruses in the world?
You don't want me to roll you
All
one?
this type of research on
Oh my-
Canadian soil with what we just saw happen with the space.
I have
I mean,
to-
we don't know where it's come from, but apparently it may have come out of the lab. So just interesting how he frames it as Trudeau's lab when it's really Canada's lab, and he's probably going to
not
keep
really.
that lab going as well. And this isn't a
Super
defense
fucking
of
allergic.
Trudeau. I absolutely hate
Yeah,
it.
well, I know how
I'm
it
just
feels.
noting here that he's
Not to have
obviously
like sneezing fits like you
Like,
guys
it's
have. It's
like,
ridiculous.
oh, my
but-
balance
That
goes
the Trudeau
away,
government's
like
head
my.
of pathogens was
So obviously, at the
collaborating
he still gets them once in a while.
Beijing's People's
Or
Liberation
he'll just have like sneezing fits that he can't stop sneezing.
for
If I don't hold myself in
like
the door
a cat.
frames, I think it's failed.
We
It's
know
funny, he's
now
like a cat.
that, a People's Liberation Army official was able to gain personal access, walk in the door, look at computers, and have access to all of our most important
Yeah, well,
biological secrets.
Isn't that absolutely insane? It
Not
just goes to
really,
show
like-
the amount of corruption that is within government and how all of this stuff, it's mind-blowing to me how all of this stuff can be kept secret for this
It's
long.
theater.
Really
It's not
think
real.
about it.
Like,
And
it's
let me know in the
security
chat
theater.
right now if you
And if
think
you've
that
ever
we should
worked
have
at
these
a
kinds of
job
labs,
that has any level of like security measures, you will know how much security is bullshit. Like, and it's for the illusion of security. It's for the general public to see that there's an authority figure if there's any shenanigans. Like,
Lab scientist Dr. Chusel Pathogens Unit.
so they pull in like the fucking 20-year-old fucking that went to Disney because she's got fucking like the gunpowder on her boots from the fucking fireworks. Like,
high security due to the potential for theft of dangerous materials attractive to terrorists and foreign entities that conduct espionage damage the economic security of Canada. End quote. It states further on page 239.
Good boy, mister.
Assessed that Dr. Chu communicated with foreign entities during her trips to China. The evidence obtained from interviews and from information collected from the electronic content of her devices reveal that this is indeed the case. As a subject matter expert with access to sensitive information and dangerous materials,
nah,
Dr.
I
Chu
want the
presents
fucking
a realistic and
RCMP to
credible
show
threat
up
to
on
Canada's
Trudeau's
economic
doorstep.
security.
Yes.
Fucking put him in handcuffs. Like, because
We're at work.
if we did any of this, like, that's exactly what would happen to us.
Conducted joint research with the Major General Chen Wei of the People's Liberation Army, who, according to page 236, is a noted top virologist at the Academy of Military Medical Sciences and is China's chief biological defense
Good boy,
expert
mister.
engaged in research
You think?
related to
No, you drank his
biosafety,
water.
biodefense, and bioterrorism.
That is absolutely crazy when you really think about this. And again, the corruption, unbelievable. This is the end of Trudeau. It must have to be, surely.
Must have to
You
be.
guys have
That's
been
what
saying
you
this
would
for
think.
like, but they've been saying this for literally years.
Whether you want Trudeau to be prime minister, because I hear nobody saying that they want him to be prime minister. And considering all the corruption that has gone
It's
on,
been like
he
at
should be
least
in
3 years
prison,
of like,
become
oh,
prime
this is
minister
it,
of the
this is
country.
it.
And
Same
another
with Trump.
funny
Remember,
thing is,
like Trump
you
at the
know,
end,
before the Supreme
and they
Court
impeached
happened,
him twice.
there was James
Like, and the
Bond
second
film
time, they were like, this
released,
looks bad.
and
You
it
have to
was
understand that if you guys are
literally
going to
about
impeach him for the
a
second time,
virus
you guys better be
and a
sure that you guys are going to have evidence that he's going to
kind of
be
crazy watching
kicked
that
out of
because they eventually
the
released
government.
it late.
And
If you haven't
that's
watched
exactly
that
not what
movie, just
happened.
remember
Like,
that was meant to
they
release
fucking,
after
it was a total
Fox
flop,
News.
and
Obviously that
they
hit.
said
It
he
was
was be
filmed all
proven to be
before.
innocent.
It's
Like, and it
absolutely nuts when
did
you
that.
really
It
think
looked
about
bad. It looked unparliamentary, like, or undemocratic.
Trudeau, what did he do when he found out about this? Did he immediately inform Canadians of the breach? Did he fire anybody? No, no one was fired. Did he call
No,
it
nobody
firing?
gets fired
Did he
ever.
No,
Ever.
he didn't do that either.
Because
Instead,
of fucking
he
unions.
covered it all up. He defied 4 parliamentary orders to release these documents.
Paying the fucking union dues, and then when they fire me or they schedule me for a graveyard shift a day before my probationary's up,
4 members of
and
parliament,
then I fucking called the fucking guy anyway, the union rep that I've been paying into for the past like 4 months, and I just like shit talk my boss to his brother. My union rep was my boss's brother. I was like, how is that possible? Like, and you can't use your what? I'm packing.
Because Trudeau
Get it.
didn't want the embarrassment before an election.
And so it doesn't
And who
unroll.
is Trudeau collaborating with? He's collaborating with these people right behind me, the flag that is right behind me right there. This shows the interference that China has with Canada and will really damage the relationship between China and Canada, which has been strained as far as it has at the moment. And what is going on between China and Canada is unbelievable.
China
And
and
also,
Canada.
the United States has even sought to
How do
distance
you
itself
speak,
a little bit from Canada. because
Canada?
it is having
Yeah, and he
problems
moved
with
to like
China
some
as
fucking
well.
tropical
So
island or
this is all gonna
something.
damage the relationship
Because he
with
was like,
China,
I'm
and
getting
it's
out of
also
Canada.
gonna
I
damage
suggest
the
you do the
relationship
same.
with the United
Like,
States.
What did he do then? He collaborated, knowing this, he collaborated with Beijing to buy a vaccine. Could you imagine if the deal
A
that Trudeau
vaccine.
wanted to sign
because you can't say it
with Beijing had
or you'll
gone
get
ahead,
banned. So
and
I
he
might
had
get banned.
procured China-made vaccine after learning this information? That's what was in this guy's head. And if you would think for a minute, because I know there'll be all kinds of excuses, well, he's not responsible, and how could he possibly take ownership of what happens in his government? Let me quote him. Here's a document called Open and Accountable Government, and I quote, "As head of government, the Prime Minister has special responsibilities for national security." End quote. It's his responsibility. This is his government's lab. It's not a random university lab. It's the top lab for the Prime Minister's public health agency. And he is exclusively responsible for the machinery of government as Prime Minister of the country. So this is on Justin Trudeau. I will add one last thing. Not only did he cover it up, not only did he try to get a vaccine to China after knowing this, he called a snap election to make sure that what happened before this.
During COVID.
What happened in that election?
When they're saying everybody stay home, you're saying, okay, but we're gonna call a snap election to solidify for 4 more years.
We cannot.
It's like everyone says it's 8 years. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's been 10.
Yeah.
Or like I think they actually want it to be 10, like because they're talking about 2026 for the election. And they're like, well, it has to be now or never. Like now or we do it in 2026. Like I don't understand what's happening here. Like
he would get rid of the lab though, did he? But it is unbelievable the corruption. It is unbelievable the crimes that Justin Trudeau has committed against his own country. I mean, it is unbelievable.
yeah, well, like father, like son.
Power today, and it is just crazy.
And then all the people who were like, his father was the best prime minister we've ever had. It's like, fuck you guys. Fuck all y'all guys. I asked so many people.
In the UK, the one in
Father was the
Canada,
best prime minister we ever had. Trudeau's gonna be just as great as his father.
that went to China potentially, allegedly. But
And
anyway,
guess what?
partners,
You
won.
let me know in the comments below. If you're looking for another video similar to this video, check out that video there. If you're looking for a VPN to get around Trudeau's censorship, his Bill C-11, his Online Safety Act, use the VPN that I use, which is ExpressVPN. Go to expressvpn.com/marketmania. I will see you in the next one. Take care.
I have to pee.
I like Target. We like Target. What the fuck?
Sid. Sid. I told you, I remember what the cool in French is. It's pissin because pissed in, you know? I'm like, oh my god, you're bad. Is that how you remember pissin? Because you pissed in?
Yeah, I got it.
Connie Cody et le docteur Strauss, qui seront nos candidats dans les régions qui sont engagés pour nos priorités. Couper taxes et impôts, bâtir des logements, réparer le budget et stopper les crimes.
I would say.
Les priorités conservatrices sur lesquelles nous nous concentrons à la Chambre des
Stop
communes
it.
aussi. Couper taxes et impôts, bâtir des logements, réparer le budget et stopper les crimes.
Stop it.
Et parlons de stopper les crimes. Parlons d'arrêt scam. Arrêt scam sur la colline parlementaire. Les conservateurs de gros bon sens sont en train de forcer une étude parlementaire afin de connaître la vérité. Hier, on a lancé un effort pour convoquer les membres de GC Stratégie de témoigner et s'expliquer. Après avoir reçu 250 millions de dollars des contribuables pour des projets d'informatique, même si
He talks the way I talk in French. You just say the word in English with a French accent. And like that way, like, and people will, like, they don't actually correct you or anything, or they don't make the face, but if I speak proper French, they'll be like, quoi? Je comprends pas. Like, I'm like, really? I think I'm saying it right, though. I'm pretty sure. And for years, I thought I was like, I think I might be retarded. I just don't understand French. And I was just like, it's like how people are not good at math. I'm like, I just like, it's something that my brain is just not clicking for some reason. And then turns out when I went up north and I realized that, or I know, it was when I started working in the airport, I started talking to Parisian people. And they'd be like, just speak to me in English. I'm like, really? But I'm like trying really hard to accommodate you, like, and I'm trying to like brush up on my French because it's been like I'm starting to lose it. And they were like, yeah, no, we'd rather you just speak to us in English. I'm like, but why? Like, and they're like, it's insulting. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I heard them speaking Parisian. I'm like, oh, that's what French is supposed to sound like. It's supposed to like have a flow.
Oh, he said 1/2 hour.
What?
He said 1/2 hour.
Okay.
He said, oh, demi-heure. It's une demi-heure.
Il ne sait pas encore le vrai coût qu'il a forcé sur les épaules des contribuables. Après 8 ans, Justin Trudeau et le Bloc québécois n'en vaut pas le coup. Il est en coalition avec Blanchette. Blanchette garde Trudeau au pouvoir. Il a rassuré le premier ministre.
Whoa, what?
Prise la coalition, pas de problème. Le Bloc va garder Trudeau au pouvoir.
Bloc québécois is going to keep Trudeau in power.
Justin Trudeau.
Why do you think his father got elected? René Lévesque. Like, and what does René Lévesque own? Hydro-Québec.
Blanchette garde Trudeau au pouvoir. Il a rassuré le premier ministre que si les néo-démocrates brisent la coalition, pas de problème, le Bloc va garder Trudeau au pouvoir. Hier, j'ai vu que le premier ministre du Québec a dit ça sert à quoi le Bloc? Ça sert à quoi le Bloc? Mais la réponse, ça sert à Justin Trudeau, à garder Justin Trudeau au pouvoir, parce que le Bloc a pris les hausses de taxes, les hausses de déficit inflationnistes, les hausses d'impôts et la libération des récidivistes criminels. Le Bloc garde Justin Trudeau au pouvoir, même si Justin a enlevé le visa pour les faux demandeurs d'asile du Mexique. Ça a causé une explosion dans le nombre de demandeurs d'asile. Le Québec est au point de rupture à cause de la décision.
Well, we tell them come here. We'll pay for your kids' school. We'll fucking give you housing. Like, we'll set you up with everything you need. And then they don't understand why we hate them so much because they've only been here for a short amount of time. And it's like, it's only a matter of time before like the people that came here and they got all these fucking good deals understand that how fast they throw you under the bus once they like have used you up and they're like, oh, we got our votes and shit. Like, like we tell people that come here and then we dump them off in front of like a homeless fucking shelter with and they're holding like Gucci fucking luggage and they're like, what? Like, yeah, but it's just like the homeless shelters are already overfilled with like homeless people that don't even want to be there because like most homeless people that I know, they don't want to go to the homeless shelter. They'd rather sleep on the side of the road. You have a better chance fucking not getting your shit stolen or fucking shanked.
Après 8 ans, Justin Trudeau, le travail n'est plus payant. Vous le gagnez, il le prend. Après 8 ans de Justin Trudeau, le coût de logement a doublé à cause des déficits inflationnistes qui impriment l'argent et qui gonflent le prix de tout, et le grand financement des bureaucraties locales qui empêchent la construction à travers le pays. Hier, Justin Trudeau était avec
yeah, but you kind of want to do the same thing though, like, and it's just that he admitted this right off the bat, where he was just like, I want to make sure that everybody knows that I've like investments in real estate, like he said that right off the bat, like he's got interest in construction and real estate, so obviously he's going to want to build more houses, but that's not the problem.
The third most expensive place to live in the world.
Really?
Yeah. C'est-à-dire le premier ministre de la Colombie-Britannique néo-démocrate qui a gonflé le prix de logement jusqu'au point que Vancouver est le 3e plus cher au monde par rapport à ses revenus des familles. On est ici à Kitchener, où ça coûte plus cher pour une maison à 2 chambres que pour un château
New Zealand will probably be
en
the first.
Écosse ou en Suède. On peut acheter un château sur un lac en Suède pour moins de prix qu'acheter une maison à 2 chambres à Kitchener après 8 ans de Justin Trudeau.
Can buy a castle on the lake in
la criminalité,
the price of what you get for a 2-bedroom house in Kitchener.
Libération
What the fuck?
Facile.
They're shoving like 20 fucking immigrants into a
Le
basement.
bloc a voté pour permettre des
Like, and they're
horaires de
separating
retour
rooms with sheets.
de carrière des criminels violentes de purger leur sentence dans
And then they
leur
go, we're helping.
salon,
It's like,
regardant Netflix et
first of all, no one wanted your help to begin with. Like, and second of all, this is not helping. Like, this is that whole, who are you helping? Like, you're helping yourself. Like, don't fucking be like, fucking take a shit on a plate and call it dinner and expect me to say thank you, may I have another. Well, no, that's what you fucking they're doing. They're taking a shit on a plate and saying that they bought me dinner. Like, fuck that. I never fucking asked for this. Like,
Bâtir des logements, réparer le budget et stopper le crime. On va remettre les choses en ordre, on va protéger les consommateurs, les contribuables et nos petites et moyennes entreprises comme celles qu'on visite aujourd'hui. Donc, le choix dans les prochaines élections sera entre une coalition coûteuse de Blanchette et Trudeau qui taxe votre nourriture, punit votre travail, enlève votre argent.
yeah. And that's why it's such an insult when the fucking IGA has a sign from the owner being like, hey, did you know that stealing is against the law? It's like, okay, every fucking human being on the planet knows that. Thank you, though, for that little tidbit of information. And I'm trying to say that, like, because people are stealing food from your grocery store, that's what's causing you to fucking put your fucking garlic at $14? How's that even gonna help? Like, and now they have 2 fucking cops as security outside their fucking, they're like, or hiding out in the back.
In Sweden.
You don't see that at Maxi. And like, there have been like consecutive, like multiple times that I've gone to Maxi, and literally, like one of the last times I went to Maxi, it was
the average mortgage payment is more than double. They need a down payment.
the last time I went to Maxi's, and I just heard from the front thing being like, I'm gonna call the police. Like you can't just leave. And yeah, most of the time, like there's a cop car that's either coming in or out. But I know that across the street, that bar has a lot of drugs, a lot of crime.
Yeah, but bar usually paid their envelope to the cops, so they close.
It's the horse racing place, though. And not only that, the people who go there, like I found out what that building was across the street from Maxi's. Apartment building.
The rental.
It's monthly rental
rental.
for people who are coming from the airport.
So it's a hotel.
A hotel with no employees.
That's it.
But there's also no restaurants in the area, if you noticed. There's scores.
This is the mall.
Yeah.
They're super expensive.
And there's nothing around the mall.
Why they're expensive? It's because of that place.
Because when you go to the bar,
Small scam, but it's still.
when you go to the bar, you order drinks, and if you ask them if they have like they don't have a kitchen. I'm like, why wouldn't you? It's such a fucking huge location. Like, there's actually like a whole other fucking part that you can go to of that bar that is like kind of more hush hush and has more high rollers in it. And that's where that Inuit chick hit on me.
Things, like all on TV.
Yeah, it looks like almost like the Cash, or what used to be the Cash.
You know, like I'd rather like in Tommy Shelby. Let's go to the racehorse. It goes to the actual race.
Yes and no, but I told Dom, I was like, I'm not going back to that place ever again because I don't want to give him $1 of my money because I don't approve of I don't really approve of racing any animal. Like fucking people, if you guys want to race, by all means, but we don't make bets on people races. We make bets on animal races, like, and those animals are. I don't care if like they.
That's not true. You have lottery tickets for all those kind of stuff. To bet on which player is gonna make how many points and stuff like that.
Oh, the what do you call it? Fantasy football? Yeah.
Well, over here for hockey.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. That's
Like,
what
you're not actually saying how much, like if he's gonna win or not. You're
what
actually,
Lip did on Shameless.
You're betting on how many points will they have during their seasons.
It's honestly, it sounds like a cool game. Honestly, it's a cool concept as a betting
It's like
game.
the whole season. You're betting.
Yeah, but that means people are invested into the game, isn't it? Fucking. Remember, I was saying to you not long ago, like, is it shitty when you have a guild and like there's a bunch of people who are like not serious about it, and it's like I don't want to be like that fucking asshole who's like, oh, I gotta take the game seriously. Like, but it's just like, if you're gonna be part of a group game, be part of the group. Like, otherwise, go play a game where it's just you. Like, and it's more of a single player game.
I did
It ruins it for everybody. Like,
it's not like I'm tired of my guild or whatnot, because we're 2 clans, 3 clans maybe in the same Discord server. So I'm helping a lot of people, and there's not a lot of people complaining or whatever. But I mean, I help a lot of people do things they don't want to do, and now I'm just done. And because I don't want to do those things anymore, the people are pissed at me. Whatever, dude, just don't play with me anymore. I don't care. He's 26 years old. Fuck you. You're pissed because like,
you just make fun of them. You just laugh at them and make fun of them.
Yeah.
And call them little girls. Men hate that. Especially like the Guido, like Juice Head type guys. They hate being called little girls. Yeah. It's fucking hilarious. I love your response. That's sexist. Like, we have a problem with girls? Like, all right, follow you.
For the average home room than it does for a castle in Sweden on a lake. After 8 years of Justin Trudeau and the NDP, housing costs have doubled across Canada. In fact, the average rent is doubled, the average mortgage payment has more than doubled, the needed down payment for the average home has doubled. Justin
like,
Trudeau
who the fuck has $20,000 just like
$600 billion of cash?
That was already
causing
that
inflation,
price.
which bumps up interest rates and now forces Canadians into the prospect of losing their home. Line up at food banks.
Yeah, but food banks used to be free. They're not even fucking free anymore. You have to pay money for the food bank. Like, what the fuck? When the fuck did that happen? Like,
yesterday, he joined with NDP Premier from BC, who is probably the worst housing record of any politician on earth. Literally, look at the prices. Vancouver is now the 3rd most expensive housing market in the world.
My grandmother lives in Victoria. Or not my grandmother, my mom's mom. She lives in Victoria, but she lives in like a hut, like a shed kind of thing, and she has no running water, or she has no actual water. She has no power, or electricity, no internet, nothing like that. I'm like, it's just like in like a very deserty looking area. I'm like, you look like you live in Alberta or like Saskatchewan somewhere. Like, but yeah, no, and she's always like still tight for cash. Like, she doesn't have a car or anything like that. She's fucking crazy.
Check it on Demographia.
And her husband is named White Eagle.
This is because Justin Trudeau and the NDP have.
He actually started there. He was renting the Elizabeth House in Montreal when my mom was adopted. Like, when my grandmother gave up my mom for adoption, he was part of that process. And then years later, she ended up marrying him.
One of the lucky few billionaires that own plots of land that are zoned and permitted to build on. Your land is artificially inflated by the fact that you have no competition. Because all the other places that that competitors would build are blocked off by local government gatekeepers. Great for the very rich. Thank you very much to the NDP and Liberal Socialists for stuffing the pockets and the faces of the billionaires while screwing over the middle class.
Yeah, it's so they can stay behind their gated communities.
For the first time in Canadian history.
So they can go to their golf clubs, go to their golf courses, and go on vacation multiple times a year. Like,
for the prospect of ever owning a home. It now takes 25 years to save up for a down payment.
And that's if like you have like support, like financial support for those 20 years to save up. Like, who the fuck?
8 years.
Like, if we could all have mommy and daddies that can literally pay for us to live, like, and while we literally stack money, like, and work full time and never go out and never spend money.
In the G7 after 8 years of Trudeau, which is crazy when you think about it, because we have the most land to build.
Hey, when you want to do a wrap of tape around your dog's jacket,
and then you have crime and chaos in our communities. Crime and chaos caused by Justin Trudeau's catch and release policies supported by the NDP. Yes, they want to ban your hunting rifle, but they have no problem releasing repeat violent criminals into our streets to terrorize our people and destroy our communities. They decriminalize hard drugs like crack and cocaine while handing out opioids that are then sold on to children.
They decriminalize crack and cocaine.
No, I have to show you this.
Crisis to spiral out of control, and who profits? The
big pharma companies, the corrupt big pharma companies who caused the crisis.
Where'd it go? Gallery.
Let's talk a minute about big pharma. Here we are in a natural health restart.
No, I have to show you this. This was crazy. So I was reading a news article about the surge in the opioid overdose thing. Remember when I was like, cool, you turned it into a racial thing. That was one of the ads. Yeah. I had to do the same thing. I had to read it again multiple times. I had to read it again.
The government of Saskatchewan also offered take-home fentanyl and benzodiazepine drug checking strips. Oh, okay. No, these are the testing kits.
Okay.
They're just handing over the naloxone kits for free now instead of charging you, like you do here, and they're giving you those little packages to test your drugs for fentanyl.
You're right. I misread it. But doesn't it look like that's what it says?
Sending you home with fentanyl.
But apparently that is what the people are so concerned about. Apparently in Vancouver, that's what people are so upset about in Vancouver, is that their fucking Rebel News actually went to one of them.
No, how much does the naloxone kit cost?
No.
$30.
What?
Yeah. Naloxone kit cost $30.
Okay, so they just literally like yesterday they were talking about a new.
And they don't give it to you if you don't have like any prescription of a doctor outside of here. You have to have a prescription from your doctor to get a naloxone kit.
Yeah, no, I remember that because there was a bunch of people from Toronto that were coming over here and they were like fucking supplying people with naloxone kits for free because they were like they're free everywhere else in Canada.
No,
but it's okay, listen, Pharmacare, they literally were passing a bill about it because the federal government's pissed off that the provinces are having paid healthcare, and that means they won't be able to justify getting billions of dollars for healthcare because let's be honest, we don't actually have free healthcare here. We're good. Like they say it's free, but it's absolutely like far from being free. Like, if you are having a heart attack, you can go sit in the emergency room for like 10 to 12 hours, and then they tell you to go home. And then they'll schedule you for a cardiac fucking appointment like 3 months from now. It's like, yeah, but I just had a heart attack today, and in 3 months I might have another heart attack between then and now. So that's not really fucking helpful. But like, fucking, we do, especially medication. Like, they said like fucking. Every 10% to every dollar that you spend on your medication or something, and if you don't have a health plan of some kind. But apparently, the Quebec has their own healthcare system that's not part of.
Because some private like not the CLC but like clinics,
yeah,
what they do is like they don't make you pay for the health thing because you have your health card, but you make you pay for your health.
Well, that's what so walking clinics started doing that. Yeah. So, like, because I was always sick as a kid, I didn't, like, the hospital's not where you want to be if you're prone to getting sick. So you would go to a walking clinic. And at one point, they had this really great system in place where you call, and then they give you an appointment for the next day, and they will call you, like, an hour before, 15 minutes before to remind you so that you don't have to sit in a clinic.
Yeah, it's a clinic without appointment with appointment.
They were doing this for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden they were doing this stupid fucking thing where you could only call it 4:00 in the afternoon, and then everybody calls at the exact same fucking time, and it's to get an appointment for the next day. Yeah. So if you got sick that day, you're now taking 2 days off of work.
No, at least you're not passing it 6 months.
Yeah, but like they don't have machines or anything to like give you X-rays or anything. They have the X-ray to do your lungs. That's it, and they usually have it somewhere upstairs in the building. But like they charged me $20 for a fucking a walk-in clinic appointment, and I was like, that doesn't seem right. And about like 3 years later, they were saying on the radio that there's a lawsuit against Quebec, and if you have a receipt that says that they charged you for your appointment, that you can be part of the lawsuit. So I went on my RAMQ, and RAMQ had actually sent me an email about 3 months prior saying you haven't used your account in like X amount of time, so we're closing your account until you need it again, and we'll reactivate it. So everything that was on there was deleted. All the receipt, any receipt that I had, like.
You had a copy. You had a copy yourself.
But I think they sent it to your phone. Yeah, I was doing it through email on my phone. So like I might have it somewhere in my email actually. But like still, they did that on purpose. Where I'm assuming closed everyone's account so that there would be no evidence of them charging us for fucking appointments.
My file. I'm like, I'm born here.
What?
Like, I'm born here. Like, how the fuck did you not find my file? It's like, well, it's in 89, so it's in the archives. We didn't transfer all of the dossier into informatic ones. Like, it's just a pile of papers in the basement. Like, if you really want to access that, you're gonna have to call your family doctor, and then they'll send a form so you can retrieve those in the archive and add it to your informatic one. So we're just gonna open you a new informatic one for now. I'm like, okay, let's do that. One you can apply for a family doctor. Okay, let's do that. It's like fill that form.
How many years before they called you?
No, they never called me. What are you talking about?
Well, you know what? It's funny because Dom actually got a call about a year later, which was like about the time that they said they would call.
I don't understand what number.
For Cameron. 3 years later, I called to ask him again. I was like, "What's going on? You guys said 1 year, and then when I called back a year later, you guys said it's gonna be another year, and then you guys just never called me back." And they were like, "Well, we're not really sure. I'm so sure it's because he's native. I'm so sure it's because he's got a fucking native name." I was just like, "But Dom, they fucking gave it to him like fucking lickety split." Like, but you know what? When I broke my arm at the hospital, I knew better. That something wasn't quite right. It was like the service was impeccable. Like there was no one in the waiting room. What? What's up, Jack? What's the matter? What's the matter? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is he doing?
Standing there like a creep.
Where was he before?
I don't know. Over there. He just came back behind this chair.
No. What? Yeah. Oh, big butt. Who's got a big butt? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm a chief bug.
Justin Trudeau has accepted Big Pharma's plan to force complicated taxes, fees, and
That's why you
regulations
can't do your taxes
on
yourself
natural health
anymore.
supplements. That will cause 1 in 5
You have to go to H&R Block.
stores to go out of business. That will cause the majority of labels to no longer offer their product in Canada or develop them here. And of course, it will help force Canadians to buy more pharmaceutical medicines, which is the goal. So that Canadians have
Is
to
it
profit Big Pharma rather than taking care of their health. So will Justin Trudeau's red tape attacks small businesses that offer natural
They
health
don't care.
supplements like
They don't
this
get
one?
it.
His Big Pharma friends make off like bandits once again. The good news.
But there's got to be somebody to blame for this. There's got to be somebody who's got to be accountable.
Where
Like,
Justin Trudeau paid at least $60 million for an app that didn't work, that we didn't need,
at least.
and that could have been done for $80,000. One company, GC Strategies,
That's gonna be
has
hot
had
soon, mister.
approximately $250,000 of contracts, according to a La Presse study. $250,000 of contracts for a 5-person company that operates out of the basement of a cottage.
And they have no prior experience in IT.
services, even though the company admits
they don't do IT work.
Okay,
Well,
but
common sense
like
conservatives are
when the
calling
Prime Minister of
GC
Canada comes
strategies
to you saying,
and its
"Hey,
employees to
can you make
testify
me
under
an
oath
app?"
at a parliamentary
And
committee.
he
They're
goes,
refusing
"Don't worry about it. Everything will
And
be
so we
covered.
put
It'll be
forward a
fine."
motion
Like,
to have them arrested and physically dragged into the room to explain where our $250 million went. Where's the
fucked it up.
funds? Yesterday, Liberal MPs started a
They're trying to
filibuster,
make
that's
them
a
rat on him.
talkathon, talking into the mic, running out the clock to prevent GC Strategies officials from being brought in committee. What have you got to hide, Justin? Why won't you bring in these consultants to explain why you gave them $250 million tax dollars?
Because he'll
If
throw
you've
them under
got
the
nothing
bus.
to hide,
he doesn't give a
get your
shit.
MPs out of the way and let us bring them in here, because we have single moms who are putting.
They're gonna go to
water
jail. They're
in
gonna
their
take the heat
kids'
for all
mouth
of it. You fucked it up.
because they cannot afford the cost.
Watch.
of
I
groceries.
guarantee you, nothing's gonna
You're
happen
now
to Justin
paying
Trudeau.
taxes so that you
He's
can
gonna.
stuff
I'm appalled. Like,
$4
and you know
billion
what? Like,
into
everybody
the
understands. Like,
of this
sometimes you hire
shady
somebody, you think they're gonna be good, and then they
Stop
end up
hiding.
like fucking you over,
Let's
and
see
he's
the
gonna
truth.
pin it all on them,
Good
and
news
they're
is
both gonna go
common
to
sense
jail,
Conservatives will bring home
and
the
nothing's gonna
Canada
happen to
vote.
Justin Trudeau.
We'll axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. We'll axe the tax to lower the cost of gas and groceries. Notice yesterday, the lowest inflation, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. What did they do in Manitoba and Saskatchewan? Got rid of carbon taxes. They took the carbon tax off gas in Manitoba. They took it off heat in Saskatchewan.
I would love it if
And
he
as a
reached
result,
out to them
gas
first,
prices
personally,
went down
like call them, be like, "Yo,
dramatically
I want to
in
set up a
Manitoba,
meeting
bringing
between
the
me and
inflation
you
rate
to
down. In
understand why the
Saskatchewan,
fuck you would take that
the cost
contract
of
from
heat
the
went down by
government."
27%. No thanks to Trudeau. He wants to throw the Saskatchewan officials in jail for letting people keep the heat on. When I axe the tax, we'll bring down the cost for everyone.
Like, we need to get
nationwide.
wood burning
We'll
stove,
cap
like
spending, cut waste
ASAP.
to balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. We'll lower income taxes so people.
Because he
bring
will-
more
he will let
mortgages.
us
No,
fucking-
there is a chimney on the next.
We'll require local
house.
municipalities. to
You
build
remember the
15%
basement?
more homes
Yeah, but
per
there's
year
a
in
chimney.
addition to getting federal funds. Those
What?
that build more
There
will
a
get
chimney?
bonuses.
What do you
Those that
mean?
build less will be
Because a
fined.
lot of
So we
places
can clear
remove
the
their chimney,
bureaucracy
but don't actually
and
remove
build
their fireplace.
Yeah, but
homes.
the
We'll
fireplace
bring
had
in
a chimney.
jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders.
They still do
We'll
chimneys
end
on
house
the other
arrest
side of
for
the
career
house.
car
Yeah.
thieves. We'll bolster our
You don't remember
borders
the
and our
fireplace in the
courts to
basement?
I
stop
do remember the
the
fireplace.
criminals from
But
bringing
this is
in
because they have
bringing the
fireplace in the
guns
basement,
and
it's stuck
drugs
next to the
in
chimney.
and the stolen cars out, and
Where
we'll
would it be
pay
connected
for
to?
it by reversing
Nothing, so
Justin
it's
Trudeau's
unusable.
costly gun grab
That's what,
on
because it's
law-abiding
something to remove your
licensed,
chimney
trained,
outside.
and
And
tested
removing the whole thing
firearms
from
owners.
inside.
Bring
it's
back
something.
freedom by
You just lock it
repealing
up.
the censorship,
Yeah, why wouldn't
by
they just block off the
standing up
from the
against
fireplace?
big government, by letting Canadians make their
Makes
own
sense.
decisions and
The
take
money.
back control of their lives.
Maybe.
Axe the
But a
tax,
cheap
build the
chimney
homes,
costs
fix the
16
budget, stop the
grand to build
crime.
from brand new.
It's common sense.
What?
Let's bring it home.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now have time for 5 questions from the floor.
5 questions.
Holden. We've seen
You're
locally
holding it? Okay.
some tension building between post-secondary institutions around the international student cap.
Holding
we're just,
it.
Hearing now that
Shake it once, that's fine.
pressure is mounting against the
Shake it
feds
twice,
to
it's
walk
okay.
that back.
No, shake it twice,
What are
it's
your
safe.
thoughts on that?
Shake it
three
3
times,
times.
laying with
There
it.
you go.
Great question.
Thank you.
After 8
You never
years
leave
of
me
Trudeau,
hanging.
Our entire immigration system is
Wow,
we used to have the best
Oh, you
immigration
got me
system
in the corner,
world.
Jack.
I agree with
Across
that.
the board. Permanent, temporary, international students, temporary foreign workers, all of our programs were the best in the world.
Yeah,
Fact,
but
we
now they
studied
realize
in
that
other
like
countries, why is
people
this
are
so
coming from
successful?
other
Why is
countries,
Canada
like
have so
they're
much
rich families that
immigration
send their
so
kids
good?
here to
Why
say
is
they
it so
studied at
hard?
McGill, and then they go back to their country. Like it used to be that they sent money like to their country, or they fucking send money so their family can move down here.
In a way that was
But that doesn't happen
disconnected
anymore.
from the number of homes to house people.
Like I would not be surprised if Mexico tightened up their fucking border.
And as a result, the Barrie Bylaw Office discovered there were 25 international students living in the basement of one home. International students live under bridges and on street corners. They're sold into prostitution and gangs. Some go home in body bags. This is the nightmare that Justin Trudeau has unleashed. A common sense conservative government will ensure that if someone comes as an international student, they have to be registered for a real educational institution
that offers a real certificate. 2, they have to prove that they have the income to pay their bills while they are here. 3, they have to prove that they have homes. And finally, we'll have a mathematical formula that links population growth to the growth in the supply of housing. The only way to eliminate the housing shortage is to add homes faster than we add people. And when I will be removing bureaucracy to build the homes and setting immigration levels so that our housing stock outgrows our population.
Yeah,
That's
but
what it says.
the immigrants that have been coming here, coming into neighborhoods like mine, build these nasty stone houses. Like,
for the last few years, our news organization
and they don't
has
understand
been
why we don't want
covering
that.
what
Like,
can only be described as a war on women. Biological males are pretending to be females, and these men are invading female safe spaces. This includes female sports ranging from volleyball to rugby. As well, men pretending to be women are gaining access to female shelters and even female prisons. This has collectively led to real women and girls being emotionally abused, physically injured, and
which means they're getting raped by
my
men
question, sir, is
that
should
are
you form the
women.
next
See
federal
where
government,
something's wrong here?
will you make female safe spaces safe again by introducing legislation that bans so-called transgender women from participating in female sports and getting access into female shelters and female prisons?
what is he gonna say?
Female spaces should be exclusively for females, not for biological males.
Oh.
You asked if I introduced legislation on that. A lot of the spaces you described are provincially and municipally controlled. So it is unclear what federal legislation would reach federal legislation would have to change them. But obviously, female sports, female change rooms, female bathrooms should be for females, not for biological males. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
You're gonna get so much heat for that.
True North. The federal government has
I think
said
you're
that
gonna
its
break up people.
online harms bill is imminent. They've said this bill will include, among other things, a ban on so-called online hate speech. As you know, the Conservatives a decade ago repealed Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, which the Liberals have talked about reintroducing and tried in the last parliamentary term.
Oh my God.
Will the Conservatives oppose the reintroduction of these provisions and the Liberals' approach to so-called online hate speech?
Yes, we will oppose Justin Trudeau's latest attack on freedom of expression. And I want to ask you, what does Justin Trudeau mean when he says the word hate speech? He means speech he hates. So, for example, let's go through some of the things he said is hate speech. Jerry Butts, the PMO puppet master, said that it was hate speech to criticize Trudeau for using the ridiculous term people kind. Right?
I hate you. I hate you so much.
Justin Trudeau
Fucking moron.
said anyone who criticized him during the pandemic was engaging in
Hate speech. Yeah. They're all misogynist, racist.
Basically, anybody who disagrees with
I
his
think the issue
when it comes
it's
to
never been the
his
race. I don't think it's ever been about religion. I think it's about
who are
class.
against his agenda. Is he going to
I think it
criminalize
always
those
seems to
Muslim
be the
parents
upper class against
protecting
the poor.
their children in schools?
And then they
Go
try to
down
say,
the
well,
list
it's
of things that
racist
Justin
shit. It's
Trudeau
religious
disapproves.
problems. It's this or
And
that
you can
problem.
Imagine all of the things that will be. And then there becomes the question of who is going to be in charge of determining what is hate speech. Recently,
Like as if it's a bullet
school
point
board
list.
in
Like,
Ontario banned Anne Frank's books. Okay, so
well,
that
you know
considered
what?
hate
We've
speech?
never even read Anne
After
Frank or
Justin
like heard
Trudeau's
anything about Anne
open,
Frank when I was in elementary school. Like
authoritarian agenda. I think it would. So anyone
throughout
who
all
thinks
of
that
elementary
speech they
school
don't
and
like
high
is
school,
going to
I
be
read one book,
criminalized, and therefore the bill should be supported.
and that was Flowers for
That those people
Algernon.
should go through the list of their own thoughts that Justin Trudeau considers
And it's about
to be unacceptable views, and you can assume that he will ban all of that
Alzheimer's.
as well.
The study on a mouse
Finally,
for
I
Alzheimer's.
point out the irony that
I didn't even fully read it. Most of the time, I
spent the
fucking
first
bullied
half
Tyler
of his
Jones
adult
to giving me his
life as a
homework.
practicing racist who dressed up in hideous racist costumes so many times he says he can't remember them all, should then be the arbiter on what constitutes hate.
I don't know why that
should
other picture of
actually
him isn't going around
is
more.
look into his own
Of
heart
the him with the
and
tiger
ask
thing on his
himself why
dick.
he was such a hateful racist.
You remember that picture?
Despite his enormous
Like, why is that not getting spread around? Like, I'm wondering. That's probably what he wants to
Son
ban.
of a prime minister, growing up in mansions, traveling the world, why he had so much hate in his heart that he was
Because he's a
such
spoiled
an
fucking
awful
brat.
racist. And what he should do is actually explain where that ugliness came from.
Well,
and
look at
maybe
Christian
in that
Freeland.
way, rather than
Literally has the
coercion,
balls to go on
he
public
could,
TV
help
and
us
tell
all
everybody
fight
how
against real hate.
privileged that she
Thank you.
knows that
Next
she
question.
is.
Carmen Guerrero with CBC, and if you could answer in English and in French. I have a question on
Shit.
behalf of my colleagues in Ottawa. Does the committee need to also hear from the 2 senior public servants currently suspended amid the RCMP contract investigation?
Oh.
Yes, absolutely. The committee needs to hear from the suspended public servants. It needs to hear from all of the contractors who were directly or indirectly involved in this
Because that was their
scandal.
excuse. They said
Needs to
that
hear
they
from
passed the contract
all
off
of
into
the
another person.
Consultants that have been paid exorbitant sums to do absolutely no work. We need to bring in everybody, and conservatives will err on the
Yeah.
side of transparency. And we're prepared to sit all day and all night to keep the hearings going, the testimony under oath happening, so the Canadians can get the truth, and we can find out where's the funds.
And in French as well.
Merci
Oh
beaucoup,
my
Yves.
God.
Merci, Yves.
Like, any French people are watching this, really?
Et, suspendu.
Like, is there really any French people who are watching this that don't understand English?
Cette affaire devrait témoigner
And they don't-
devant
they-
le comité parlementaire.
Yeah, but like they only do this to do that fucking petty French thing that French people do. It's fucking annoying as shit.
Ce scandale et ce gaspillage devrait témoigner devant le comité.
You're funny.
Devra poser toutes les questions à tous ceux et celles qui en ont profité. Je pense qu'il faut élargir l'étude. Parce que depuis l'arrivée au pouvoir de Justin Trudeau, le nombre de contrats donnés au secteur privé pour des consultants à l'externe a augmenté de 100% ou 11 milliards de dollars. Maintenant, c'est 21 milliards de dollars pour les consultants externes.
Oh, you should look at all your t-shirts.
400
There's sweatpants there too that I think you'll like.
personne. C'est ridicule, ça n'a pas de bon sens. Il faut couper les consultants à l'externe pour économiser l'argent, réduire l'inflation, les taxes et les impôts. One out of
Why?
We understand
Oh.
how it is that the cost of consultants has grown by over 100% under 8 years of Trudeau and the NDP. It's gone from $10 billion to $21 billion. Do you know that your family is spending $1,400 on federal taxes for consultants
I
alone?
live here.
It's incredible.
I do.
Every family in Canada.
I don't live
with
in
you.
fatal. I live in fatal Alvin.
For roughly 16 million households. Works out to $1,400. Can you imagine?
Arena.
Do the people who can't afford to feed their families, do they understand that $1,400 of their taxes is going just for federal consultants? Incredible. It's sick. We need an open investigation to find out who's profiting and shut down this racket so that we can axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime.
Thank you. This will be the final question.
Good morning,
Well,
Mr.
let's
Bollier.
stop the
I'm
crime,
from
because
the
that should not
Canadian Press.
encourage it.
Do you
All
believe
the fun
Parliament
sex
should
and
make
shit.
it law that pornography websites have to verify the ages of users so minors can't access their material? And would the future government of yours do
Like,
this?
what makes, like, what in your brain?
We.
Ha!
All right. Thank you.
Wow.
That was a great answer.
Yeah.
We.
No, because once you start going off on something, they're gonna use it as ammunition against it.
Yeah.
Like, because you know what? It's just so ridiculous. Like, because they already did this with the porn stars. The porn stars' accounts had to be verified, and like they didn't. But the problem is they didn't forewarn them, and like they literally took all the content off of Pornhub. and they made it so, and like they didn't tell the porn stars that they were doing that. So during the time where they had to verify everything, they weren't getting paid for their videos. But like in all fairness, they already weren't getting paid, and other people were now making money off of their content because they would publish it. Yeah, but like you know what? In all fairness, like they
prostitute yourself, you don't want to go in the corner and make money.
But in all fairness, if they're gonna do it and they want to do it the right way, like, and they're doing it properly and they take it seriously as a job, like, so they should be given like all the same standards and rights that we have for our employment.
Industry. Like they do have the Golden Awards for it. They do have like the Playboy Mansion, all those kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah, but that's all like
The
kind of
hustler
superficial.
thing.
Like
It is, but that's what porn industry is. It's like WWF.
that's true. Yeah, same with sports. Yeah, you're right.
It's the same thing. So now that you want to do it at home, it's like people would do like a little game of hockey, and then try to make it important as the NHL in the community and make people pay.
Yeah,
and
but
stuff
okay,
like
so
that.
like when people set up like a wrestling ring, because they used to do that all the time when we were teenagers. Like they used to set up like a little wrestling ring, and people used to do backyard wrestling. Like, but like people actually would get hurt because they get hit with fucking chairs, like because they would literally beat the shit out of each other. Like,
yeah, but imagine you do that, but then they started to do. You have to be there, but with a membership. When it's a fucking backyard shit, you know. Imagine it's the same thing. It's like those girls that are like, I'm an escort, but I'm independent, so I don't work with a place and everything, and then they get raped.
well, no, and they say, like, oh, well, I can say no to whatever I want if I'm not comfortable, blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, but you don't say no. It's the
No,
problem.
that's
Like you're just trying to glorify your title. It's like fucking you're the condo of fucking of employment.
I'm not criticizing or judging the way you make money. It's just that
You
there's
know what's
risk.
funny? So I just had this conversation with Victoria and that other girl because she reminded me a lot of that Emily chick. And it turns out she knows that Emily chick. And they come from like the same, because I brought that up with her. I was like, apparently in like places like more northern Quebec, like it's normal for girls to be in prostitution and like people just like Emily, where she's from?
Yes.
Saint Saint and shit like that.
No, it's full of yeah.
Trois-Rivières, yeah. And
that's
fucking,
actually
but
It's just
either
not
way,
forward
more the
to it, right?
boonies of Quebec, and it's like normalized for.
Yeah, but over there it's like yeah, it's a normal thing. And if you're not doing it, you're not part of the cool.
Yeah, but that's like fucked up a la max. And I was telling Victoria that there was some guy on my fucking YouTube that kept asking me to do fucked up shit like snore. Because like I absolutely like I'm like, you know what? I'm not like just gonna like block and report. Like I want to have a conversation with people like that are people that are doing shit like this, like men that are doing shit like this, they need to be fucking corrected. And Victoria's like, honestly, like people can be into whatever they want, and if I can profit off of that, like all part of me, and you do whatever you want. Like if it's not hurting anybody, I'm like, no, Vic, no. This is fucked up. Hey, that was really good on you. That was really good on you. Look at you. You're so cute. I love that you're actually like I don't have to dress you.
Why? Gonna do it myself?
Yeah, you dress yourself well.
How do you like that color?
I hate orange. I hate orange, but ever since what was it? Truth and Reconciliation Day, I was like, oh shit, I don't have anything orange. Yeah, you're very much happy.
Want to be a captain? Be a captain. It's Captain Morgan.
I know it's Captain Morgan, but what does your pants and your shirt have anything to do with that?
Nothing. If you want to be a captain, just be a captain.
You're so weird. Don't we make spaghetti real fast?
No. Just ate a bunch of cupcakes. I made those noodles.
You didn't eat them yet?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
And for once, I didn't drink the liquid in the bottom and all the thing, and I feel much better.
Weird.
All that processed stuff.
Yeah, maybe actually. That's a good point. Maybe it's the broth that's like fucking because everything melts off, all the wax and shit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I like the most, though. No, I'm trying to listen more and even more to my body. You know what it tells me? You almost not even drink water at all.
I never drink water.
No, but like, the water.
If anything, I started drinking the tap water because it freaks me out that I hate drinking bottled water. It was only during COVID and I started drinking bottled water. And I fucking hate it. Like, I'm like, I should be, if I'm not able to drink my tap water, that's a fucking problem. That's a huge problem for me. Like, we're in a first world country. I pay taxes so that we have fucking these, like, water, apparently, like, top of all the fucking world's fucking water filtration plants and shit that all my tax money goes to, apparently. Like, and if they're not filtering my water, like, that's a fucking problem. Like, what is it? The purifier, the water purifier thing that everybody has.
Yeah, I love it.
What's it called?
The water purifier.
Brita.
Oh, the
Brita filter.
Brita.
Because when I was in Verdun, since I was on the 3rd floor, oh my god, my water comes out brown. Literally, my water would come out brown. And I have to wait like 2 minutes for my water to run for it to not be brown.
What?
And like every once in a while, if you go do laundry, the basement just like smelled like sewage. So that's like all the sewage that sits in the pipes. Yeah, it was really gross.
It's like those pipes in
I had drain flies. I was fucking losing my shit.
The sprinklers in juvie.
Yeah.
There's never a fire in juvie. So the water has been sitting there, and one day, one kid, it never happened in over 30 years, and one kid one day took a match that he snuck in and he did it to the water thing, and then it only started leaking in his room. It was black water. Black water. It smelled. It was disgusting. I was like, you deserve this. And it's like, we have to stop until, and it's been not being used for a while, and it's going to be dropping water for a while. Yeah, you can hear us.
You know, it's like in Chateauguay, the fire department, every year they go around, like all of Chateauguay. Yeah, he does that. He's nesting. But they'll go, they literally invade your home. And they do not care. They don't fucking make an appointment. They don't, like, and you're like, if they don't feel like, oh, we have a warrant to do this. They literally just go, we need to come do an inspection through your house to make sure that everything is, like okay for fires. And they're like, we are not here to, like, snoop. We don't care about ratting you out. We just want to make sure you don't burn to death. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're so fucking weird. I love you. You look like a dirty rat, though. Yeah. House arrest with no crime? Interesting. Yeah, I know. I'm looking.
What?
I'm paying attention this time.
I was thinking
That's
that
funny.
maybe,
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about pre-crime.
I might think that. No.
Fine.
As we don't have to be at this before 9:30, and that's when she arrives in. So we might.
So much for innocent.
Okay.
This is a very minority report. So I think I said this before. I played.
I always look at the time.
Xbox hockey with my brother on weekends, right?
Yeah, but the time is irrelevant in this sense. Time and day is irrelevant because there's no point of freaking
Only
out.
time is relevant here is the time you. Oh.
Yeah, but you know what? If there is ever a time where it's like time and date is relevant, it's because like if you're working, like yeah, then time and date is now relevant again. Like, and the house has to be quiet at night time so you can sleep. Like, and I go to sleep with you every night and make sure you wake up on time. Like, that's when. But other than that, every other day, it doesn't matter what time it is. We do whatever we want whenever we want.
That's called a minority report.
It's the best. It's honestly like the best feeling ever.
They have pre-cons who can see into the future, and they all saw different things, but they agreed on a probable future, and that got given to Tom Cruise in a marble. And he went and he watched the marble, and he's like, "This murderous person needs to go to jail." So before they could commit the crime, they put him in jail. And then by the end of the movie, they realized
Minority Report
all different ways. Canada and the Canadian cabinet.
crime happening.
They haven't watched that movie, or if they have watched that movie, they haven't got to the
before
end
it
part where
happens because they know
society
what's going to
realizes
happen. But the
that
person doesn't even know he's going to commit the
pre-crime
crime yet.
Like a really terrible.
That's a bullshit concept. That's a super bullshit concept.
Roshana says, under Online Harms Act, Bill C-63, the government can put you under house arrest or force you to wear an ankle bracelet if someone else believes that you will write something hateful online in the future. Pre-crime,
Wow.
crime, pre-thought crime. Maybe that's a better title for today's episode.
Pre-thought crime? Yeah, that's good.
The bill.
This is unbelievable, honestly, truly. Like, this is like.
It's not worth it. But here's a clip from the Globe and Mail article responding to Globe Politics. Justice Minister defends house arrest for people feared to commit a hate crime in the future. Oh no, you might commit a hate crime in the future. Seize all of his digital belongings. Like take the phones, take everything. Can you keep Twitter? No. X? No. If there's a genuine fear of escalation, then an individual or a group could come forward and seek a peace bond against them to prevent them from doing
You have
certain
the
things.
application on your
Peace
phone
bond
if they have a
would
porn app.
I know!
So Dr. Moss, he said it could also be restrictions.
I think he did it on purpose.
Behavior that would help de-radicalize.
No, I think it's so that people look at it and they go, "Is that a porn tab?" Oh no, it's just my Twitter, and they think porn, and they go to porn.
Strike a balance, though.
I think you were onto something that with that other thing. It was like in your game or something. I don't remember what it was, but
The addiction?
Yeah, no, the crack thing, or like the game.
They're actual shards. Everything's shards.
Yeah, and I think it should make you associate it with drugs, and make you think about doing drugs.
Like you can't yell fire in a crowded theater if there is in fact no fire. And like you can't incite.
That's kind of made me quit playing the boss.
Are inciting
because of
violence
that crack thing.
and
I didn't like that he was like always
Let's not hire
charging like an actual drug addict. Like you're not a drug addict. You didn't really hang out with some drug
But
addicts. so you don't
honestly,
know what it
everybody
is.
has it. Everybody
Then you
has
realize when you said that,
addictive.
it's not funny. I'm like, yeah, that's right.
No, but everybody has addictive behaviors. It's just a matter of some people are addicted to the gym.
Yeah.
Some people are addicted to fucking coffee. Some people are addicted to like everyone's addicted to something. Everyone has a vice though, and it's not wrong to have a vice as long as you don't abuse it and make it a problem on
I'm not
other
allowed
people.
to do
Like,
that. What do you mean by that? I'm not allowed to do that. It's not illegal. I could do it. It may be expensive. I'm not allowed to do that. What does that mean in this world of like most of the things? Most of the time, you have not permission, but you know if you can reasonably think to do it, then you'd be allowed to do it. And they're saying you can't say that online. You can't do that online. And I don't think they have the power to execute, but the fact that
it really depends if the RCMP or the SPVM are gonna.
simultaneous with they're willing to let out violent criminals because their rights have been
Because
violated.
every time emergency workers strike, they're the first people to fucking pull. They don't pay those cops.
And go after people.
And then like the ambulance drivers and the fire department, they get fucked. Like
Emptying up the jails. And it seems
we think go fucking defund the police, and then you guys fucking deck them out with SWAT gear. Yeah, the police now need protection. It's like, what are you talking about? We've literally been saying defund the police.
Any opposition members not calling
I love you.
also captured. Our most basic right is being stolen by Trudeau's ideologues. This cannot stand.
Hi.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
We have a long tradition of
Pooper scooper.
and bullshit excuses to clamp down on the internet.
What?
or hate speech
Sure.
or whatever is an open and
What's he got for
clear
you?
attempt to attack their political opponents, and they're acting
Your
like
girlfriend.
that's not the case, and they're
Your
acting like the public
girlfriend.
doesn't see it, but the public does certainly see it.
He's gone.
That's, I mean, it's very, very concerning. But again, a lot of people are talking about what's going on. Plato says the Liberals' Bill C-63 Online Harms Act. Some liberal ministers honestly
Hi.
believe a country of 40 million people can fix the online world through self-righteousness and to view constitutional concerns
You
around
cut
free
your nails.
speech as silly relics.
The chicken fees.
And they're trying to wedge this issue. They really are. They're trying to make people who are opposed to this bill somehow against protecting children, but they have no leg to stand on because they're not protecting children. They want children to be handed over to the pedophiles and the drag queens at the library, right?
Or the
Like these
priests.
people don't protect children whatsoever, and claiming that they do doesn't make it so, right? Laurie Goldstein's responding to this whole thing. He says, my Thursday column, two civil liberties organizations that convinced a federal judge the Trudeau government's invocation of the Emergencies Act violated fundamental rights, now says its online harms bill, as written, is an unconstitutional assault on free speech. Yeah, 100%. Definitely is. 100%. So there's that. LBC, this is in the UK, and this report says police looking into hate crime complaint against Lee Anderson after the MP said Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, was controlled by Islamists. So they're going after him for speech crimes now. How dare you say such a thing about our illustrious mayor, right? And further thought crime and further, this guy donated. One of the things that I find really brutal about this story is the convoy donation, the people who donated
They tried to take the kids away.
was hacked, and that database was released to the media to name and shame these people who were supporting the convoy. They weren't terrorists; they were just regular, everyday people. This guy's a cop, right? And he sent $50, so now he has to work 80 hours. So Jim says Ontario cop who gave $50 to the Freedom Convoy lost his appeal over 80 days lost pay. This is due to the harm he caused to the reputation of the Windsor Police Service. That makes no sense. Now many Canadians think worse of the Windsor Police. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff. I mean, this is not the Canada I grew up in, and that's an understatement. Now here's things that you never thought you'd see in Canada. They want you to stop using oil and gas, but also electric heaters. No, those are verboten. We've got to get rid of those things. We got to ban those things. The real Andromeda is sharing this Epoch Times article. Ottawa considering portable electric heater ban. That sounds like a bad idea. You know, it gets cold in Canada, right? Despite this February being very warm. Have you seen the spraying in the skies? Pierre Poilievre says Trudeau won't say whether he'll cooperate with the RCMP and release all documents on the Arrive scam corruption. Release the documents now. Sign to end the cover-up. And this is the beginning of all of Pierre Poilievre's speeches in the House of Commons are all branding and repeating the branding. It's interesting. Like, it's interesting to watch because it seems to be sticking. It seems to be having the desired effect. Anyway, here's Pierre Poilievre.
Since conservatives fight to axe the tax bill, homes face the budget, and stop the crime, this prime minister is not worth the cost or corruption. We found yesterday that his government is under RCMP investigation. Again, this time for a bribe scam. The commissioner of the RCMP revealed, however, that the last time they were investigating him for criminal activity, he blocked them in the SNC-Lavalin affair from getting cabinet documents. So will he lift cabinet confidentiality and hand over all the documents to the police so that they can investigate any of his potential crimes?
Mr. Speaker,
Okay, there,
the
Jack.
situation on Arrive is obviously unacceptable, which is why authorities are looking into this procurement process. And anyone who took advantage of everything we were doing to try and keep people safe during COVID to get rich will face consequences. That's the way our system works.
But that's not the way the system has worked since he took office 8 years ago. According to the RCMP commissioner, he not only refused to be questioned in the SNC-Lavalin criminal investigation and in the Aga Khan Billionaire Island investigation, but he blocked key cabinet documents from being included in those investigations. We now know that an app that was supposed to cost $80,000 went up to $60 million after the NDP helpfully voted for those extra funds. We don't know who criminally benefited from that. So once again, will the Prime Minister waive cabinet confidentiality, turn over all the documents, yes or no?
And the opposition's digging into the past to try and bring up things that were settled many years ago.
But that answer proves again that he's not worth the cost or the corruption. We know that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of everything has gone up, in part because he's given away money for nothing. In a Arrive scam, an app that was supposed to cost $80,000.
So it's edited, but I think it's well edited and goes over what's going on.
Yeah, because no one wants to
as far
fucking
as
hear Justin
corruption.
Trudeau's like
Here's
fucking
Larry Brock.
recite his stupid
Poilievre
fucking
is asking Justin Trudeau during
nonsense.
question period when he has public time to question him.
Fucking
But
repeat
Larry
the same
Brock,
fucking nothing
Michael
bullshit.
Cooper and Michael Barrett, I nailed it, are taking lead on this, really. And so Larry Brock says, breaking news, CPC motion carried. while the Liberals voted against our Conservative motion to table the full cost of Trudeau's failed Arrive scam app and recollect all money paid to contractors who did no actual work on Arrive scam, the other opposition parties supported it and it was carried. Now, Justin Trudeau had 100 days to table a report in the House demonstrating that taxpayer funds have been repaid. So that's, I mean, good news. Glad Larry Brock's talking about it. Yesterday, Michael Barrett was talking about it right after it passed as well. And gov.exe says CPC MP Larry Brock asks why the Prime Minister was at the where the Prime Minister was at the cost of Arrive scam, as the cost of Arrive scam went up from 80,000 to over 60 million, and asks if the Prime Minister is corrupt or incompetent. He says Justin Trudeau has 100 days to show proof of funds out to companies like GC Strategies have to be returned. So don't hold your breath, they say. And I'm not going to show this right now because it's 4 minutes and we're just got to keep going. I've got lots to do today. Petrified COVID parent is sharing this. The Department of National Defense, DND, suspends contracts with ArriveCan contractor after learning CEO is a DND employee. He works for us? What? So breaking, the Department of National Defense, which bragged about using the pandemic to test propaganda techniques on Canadians, is now implicated in the Arrive scam scandal. So that's interesting, right? Andy Lee says, yeah, it's right on his LinkedIn that ArriveCan contractor David Yo, president of Dalian, works for the Department of National Defense. He has worked for the DND for 37 years since 1987. 37. That's a lot of taxpayer dollars. They just figured out he's a federal employee that also won massive contracts. For real? They just figured this out? Holy cow. I can't believe that you also work for us.
Yeah.
You just look like it's like, so during his meetings as the president of Dalian, he would put on glasses, okay? And then when he's the federal employee, glasses off, right?
What?
See, it's the Superman disguise, right? Just boom, right? Oh, hello, president of Dalian. I didn't know you were here today. Yeah, just visiting. Eva Chippick says, sorry, what? David Yo is the CEO of Dalian Enterprises, which received a $7.9 billion contract for its work on the ArriveCan app. You didn't notice that he was an employee and he got a $7.9 million contract? Is anyone in charge? Well, I mean, he was wearing glasses. Jeepers creepers, right? Ivan says, to cover up the previous 8 years, so this is a U.S. cover-up. So Representative Barry L. Loudermilk, I've heard there's a good show called Loudermilk. The DOJ, he says, the DOJ has no suspects in either the RNC or DNC pipe bomb nor Gallows investigation, but they are targeting an independent journalist who simply documented what he witnessed on January 6th. There were dozens of journalists at the Capitol that day, so why target this guy? So TPC for USA. So Blaze News investigative writer Steve Baker says the FBI wants him to self-surrender on Friday in Dallas over his January 6th reporting. Wow, right? Like, that's pretty scary stuff. So Ivan says, to cover up for the previous 8 years of cover-ups, now we must pursue the seditious co-conspirators, and he names Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all of those people, along with the entire CPC, US CP leadership, impeachment hopes 2, management staff, January 6th committee, and members of staff. CPB, excuse me, not CPC. These are all US entities, right? But it's happening in other places too. I just wanted to highlight that, right? All of these kind of scams, all of the legal targeting, all of the situations that look like they can't mean this. This can't stand. They mean it. It might stand. It might stand without people strongly standing up and saying no. But that's difficult because then you get targeted, right? As an anti-whatever Astora. They'll smear you with all the worst current smears.
Oh no,
Pierre
my
Poilievre says,
stunning
"Breaking
reputation."
Shocking government documents reveal the Trudeau government allowed massive security breaches at our top level lab. And so this is about the Winnipeg lab and the scientists who were sending Ebola to the Chinese lab. And so we've found out more information, and this was breaking all over the place yesterday. This is the leader of the opposition, and it says, released the following statement on the Winnipeg lab documents. Under Justin Trudeau's watch, the PRC, the People's Republic of China, and its entities, including the People's Liberation Army, were allowed to infiltrate Canada's top-level lab. They were able to transfer sensitive intellectual property and dangerous pathogens to the PRC. Based on its own assessment, the Liberal government allowed a person who is a very serious and credible danger and a realistic and credible threat to Canada's economic security to access and compromise our country's top-level lab, which works with some of the world's most dangerous viruses, such as Ebola. This is a massive national security failure by Justin Trudeau and his Liberal government, which he fought tooth and nail to cover up, including defying 4 parliamentary votes and taking the House of Commons Speaker to court. He cannot be trusted to keep our people and our country safe. So, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, there's a bit more. Common sense conservatives are studying every single page of these explosive documents and will not stop until Canadians know the truth about this unprecedented and terrifying security breach. Up here, Poilievre government will secure our labs and all of our government assets against these sorts of national security breaches, and will stand on guard for our country to make sure this never happens again. They won't close the border, though, right? Like, I mean, I'm very, very. Poilievre has made overtures, signals that he might tie the number of people coming into the number of houses being built, but also he wants to build tall towers to, facilitate easy access to transit and so on and so forth. But it seems like a dystopian 15-minute city build.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
Not great. Anyway, moving on. Andrew Coyne is talking about all this. He says a source with direct knowledge of the material said the information, when uncovered, would show that scientists Zhang Yu P and her husband Keding Cheng provided confidential scientific information to China. And isn't that like a crime? There's a clip from the article. It says, the government said it could not release documents about their dismissal for national security reasons. The government's unwillingness to promoted a showdown that led to opposition parties voting to declare the Liberals in contempt of Parliament. The government later took then House of Commons Speaker Anthony Rota to court in order to prevent their release, but a bid it dropped after the 2021 election was called, because everything dies on paper after the 2021 election. One high-profile Chinese researcher, Bei Yan of the People's Liberation Army Academy of Military Medical Science, worked for a period at the Winnipeg lab. Dr. Key also collaborated on Ebola research with Major General Chen Li, the Chinese military's top epidemiologist and virologist. 4 months before the scientists were expelled from the lab, access to information documents show Dr. Key played a role in shipping 2 exceptionally virulent viruses, Ebola and Henipa, to the Wuhan facility. Dr. Key was able to bring graduates and postgraduate students from China who were studying at the University of Manitoba into the facility. It remains unclear how those students got security clearances to enter the lab, which is equipped to handle the world's most dangerous viruses. Dr. Key won a Governor General's Award in 2018 for her work on Ebola. So why are they sending Ebola? And here's how they're sending it. Fingers crossed. No word of a lie. Andy Lee says, I'm reading emails from PHAC about the Ebola shipment from Winnipeg to China. I'm shocked. They don't know how to pack it. They don't know what forms to use. They don't know what they don't know the shipment routes. Nobody asks why China wants it. One email actually says, fingers crossed. So that's not great. Andy Lee's responding to herself. She says, I love how these conversations are between Public Health Agency of Canada employees. Where's the deadly Ebola virus being shipped to again, guys? So exactly the address where? Mark from the Mark Petrone Show says he's responding to Alan. Alan says, silly question, but isn't passing sensitive information to a foreign adversary a crime? And Mark says, the couple were booted out of the facility in 2019, but not charged with spying. Why? 3 months later, Chinese election meddling helped Trudeau keep his job in the October election. So interesting stuff, right? How is all of that tied all together? It seems like it's very tightly tied together. And again, we're really bad at getting accountability. We're really, really bad at getting accountability. Justin Trudeau's dad created a situation where we had to invent the GST to deal with his screw-ups. And we still kept electing Liberals. Like, unbelievable. And we still have the GST. Maxime Bernier is sharing this. This is about the Emergency Act. And he says, one of the 2 Coots political prisoners who remain in jail, Tony O, has a letter published in Newsweek magazine, a letter from a Canadian political prisoner. So thanks for sharing that. Here's part of this letter. I don't have time to read it all, but I'm going to read the beginning part here. It's been 2 years since Canada's Freedom Convoy protests. I've spent them in a Canadian jail. My name is Tony Olenek. Sorry if I got that wrong. And I'm a political prisoner. I'm from a small town in southern Alberta called Carlson. I'm the only son to my late father, George, and my mom, Tessie, who's approaching her 81st birthday. Before I participated in the Freedom Convoy and was arrested, I helped my mom at our small hobby farm, among other things. After high school, I became a journeyman plumber and gas fitter, but I eventually pursued what every little boy loves the most, playing with Tonka toys in the sandbox. Starting with one backhoe, I grew a gravel quarrying and trucking business into an operation that employs 24 people at times. I had multiple pieces of heavy equipment, trucks, and trailers. We have since had to sell all that equipment to pay my legal bills. How did I end up here? During the COVID-19 pandemic, I started to see the world I knew and loved crumble. The mandates under Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the provincial premiers were destroying businesses, rupturing families, and harming the mental health of everyone I encountered. People became desperate and wanted answers as to why the government was imposing such harsh restrictions on us, but our government was unresponsive. In these dark days, I began attending freedom protest rallies and met like-minded people who shared my sentiments about getting our lives back. As the mandates of crushing restrictions against society wore on, I saw the truckers' freedom convoy birthed from the ashes of the remains of Canada. Like so many others, I was filled with hope that someone was standing up for us. And I'll leave it there, but you can check that. You can check out the rest. Link is in the description if you're interested. But it's terrible that we still have guys in jail, and they will be in jail until mid-March if they get out at their next court date. And fingers crossed, but no guarantees, right? And that's national disgrace, absolutely disgraceful. Here is Glenn Motz asking Justice Minister Ari Verini if he has managed to find the broader interpretation of the Emergencies Act used against the protesters. It's an interesting question, and the Justice Minister seems angry when he answers questions. He seems upset all the time. I'll just play it here to get to the answer, but the questions can be long and rambling. Here we go.
Legal and unconstitutional. That is a binding precedent, unlike Rouleau's particular ruling. Now, the other thing that I think the Canadian public need to understand is Canadians expect their government to follow the law, the rule of law, and not create an interpretation thereof that is convenient for the government to circumvent the existing law. And Mr. Barani, you had indicated that there are hundreds of years of precedent for lawyer-client privilege, and
big stretch, Mr.
The relationship has lasted hundreds of years. You know what else has lasted all that time? For Parliament to make laws of the land which govern the people. And by invoking the Emergencies Act, the Cabinet gave itself the power to pass criminal laws which Mosley found to be unconstitutional. And my question to you is, have you actually found and read the infamous broader interpretation? Yes or no? The government relied. Have you actually read the legal opinion, the broader interpretation that the government was telling everyone that they relied upon to invoke the Emergencies Act? Yes or no?
Mr. Motz, I'm trying to be helpful, but even answering that question would disclose social client privilege, which I cannot do here. But what I would say to you is that
let me stop you for a minute. You obviously can you answer me the date stamp that was on that?
Mr. Motz, you terms of solicitor client privilege.
Okay, so you can't. The reason I asked that question,
the questions you're asking me,
yes or no? You already answered. It was a yes
Motz,
or no.
Remember, excuse me?
Yeah.
Remember, we have interpretation.
Yes, it was a yes or no question.
Please don't talk over each other.
Mr. Barani, I don't believe for a second that the broader interpretation even existed when the Emergencies Act was invoked at the time of the invocation for a number of reasons. And, it wasn't really until just weeks before the Rouleau Commission was about to begin that we all of a sudden heard about this broader interpretation, that it somehow magically appeared. And it's really quite disturbing that this broader interpretation is there now, and no one's seen it, no one's heard it, apparently. Mosley didn't get an opportunity to have it as part of his disposal, and neither did Justice Rouleau, who indicated that the evidence that he found to support the government's invocation was weak at best.
Sorry, that went on a little longer than usual, but I find it so interesting, right? Sorry. And Verini doesn't have justification. I like that Motz went after him and said, hey, like, I don't even believe that this legal instruction or interpretation existed at the time of the invocation. And here, here's why, blah, 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 blah. And I think, yeah, like, I'm glad that there are people who are starting to call BS where BS has clearly been flowing for a very long time. I'm glad. Here's True North. They're reporting Liberal MP Kevin Lamoureux praised his government for marginalizing millions of unvaccinated Canadians at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic because they were far right. So I'll just show you the video of this. This is the end of the question. And then the only thing, I don't really care what he says, because at one point in Canadian politics, this would be shocking. And I would say this is shocking to be heard on the House of Commons floor. But at this point in time, I'm so desensitized to how crazy the Liberals sound, because they always sound unhinged and crazy, that this just stands out as them sounding more unhinged and crazy than usual. And sorry, if I break off like mid-sentence, I'm waiting for somebody and I think I hear people coming up the driveway, so I have to pause it, look around. So apologies if things are a little weird today. Anyway, here's this video. I don't think anybody's here yet. Here we go.
Just want to know, how much money did they spend on these studies to support this Arrive scam when they knew that they didn't have the science to even support it from day one?
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the mega conservative far right is coming out. These are the anti, these are the ones that still deny the pandemic. And at the end of the day, thank goodness it was that Canadians and the majority of the people in the House saw the value of protecting the health and well-being of Canadians, and that the far right was marginalized back then, Madam Speaker, because as a direct result, more people are living today in Canada. As a direct result, a lot more people were healthier during that process.
Bonkers, round them, but people believe it. People are, I don't know that swayed by the argument is right, but people seem to believe that, or there are a faction of people who believe that that's accurate, and I can't get my head around it, because I don't think that it's borne out in the data. It's just borne out in the propaganda. People just keep saying it, and so people believe it. Gordon says, Grand Prairie Police Service application question number 85. Have you ever been associated with freedom fighters? Would you say I'm freedom fighter adjacent? I just do a YouTube show, man. I think that I would probably be classified as, like, if you watch my show, you might be classified as a freedom fighter adjacent person. They might have a whole file on me. I think they have somebody who watches my show. How's it going, guys? Hello, everyone. Thanks very much for watching. This is just a short version of a longer show. If you'd like to get the whole show, you can go over to CanadaPoly.com and sign up for a subscription. Just look in the drop-down tab, Shop and Donate, and look for subscriptions, and you'll get immediate access to the full show. Love to see you. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Fuck me. Oh, man.
Court of Appeal has upheld the province's controversial secularism law in its entirety. The law prevents some civil servants, including teachers and police officers, from wearing religious symbols like hijabs while on the job. Let's go to Kobina Odoro, who's on the
I think your
ground in
crucifix
Montreal.
goes on a fucking
First off,
necklace underneath
Kobina,
your
tell us
shirt.
about this court decision.
So, Hannah, the court decision is being upheld. It says that the whole law will be upheld. Now, in the decision, it found that the law does not infringe on people's rights, but the parts
Excuse
that
you?
may are blocked by a non-withstanding clause. Now, this is the latest step in a 5-year legal battle. Now, originally, the lower court ruling said that it would uphold most of the law, but it made an exception for English school boards, saying that they should be exempted because of their minority language situation. Now, earlier today, Francois Legault was asked about the bill before the decision came out, and he defended the law.
With the Bill 21, I think we have a consensus. I think it's a balanced law. Some people would have liked that we go further. Some think that we went too far. But I think if we compare ourselves, for example, with France, I think it's a very reasonable law. And I want to protect this consensus in Quebec.
Now, Kobina, what's been the reaction to the decision? We're hearing a lot so far.
The reaction is a bit of mixed feelings. Like the Parti Québécois said that they're happy about the court ruling, but they're not going to be too happy because this is not done. They know that it's not done. We spoke to a group that is in support of a secular Quebec, and they say that this is a win for all Quebecers, English-speaking and French Quebecers as well. And then we have the English Montreal School Board, who's upset with the decision, especially with the reversal that would have gave them an exemption. And the Quebec Community Groups Network says that they are really upset about losing, but they will keep fighting for the rights of the minority people in Quebec. Now, I'm also here with the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, and I'm here with Noah Metal St. Aviv. And how do you feel about the decision?
We are very disappointed. It's a very sad, heart-wrenching day for the people who are affected by the law, for their communities, as well as every person who believes in universal values of equality and freedom of religion. It's a tough decision, and but we are going to keep fighting. There is reason to believe, and we have to keep fighting for justice, for freedom in the courts and with the public.
And how do you feel about the use of the non-withstanding clause?
The notwithstanding clause was used here to trample the rights of minority groups.
And it's never
the
been
whole
used
purpose
before
of the charter
this.
in a constitutional democracy is to protect minority groups. Majorities vote for what they want, and minority groups need additional protections. That's why we have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The notwithstanding clause should never be used to violate the rights of minority groups, religious groups, racialized groups.
Apparently it's
which
never
are
even
the
been used
people who
before,
are
so.
affected by Bill 21. So we are absolutely opposed to it and absolutely opposed to what happened, but we are going to fight with our partners, with the many people in Quebec who have voiced their opposition.
Thank you very much. And Hannah, the bill has affected many people in Quebec already. We spoke to one teacher who moved from Montreal to Vancouver to continue teaching, and she says that even though she's enjoying teaching in Vancouver, she had to give up a lot to get there.
It changed my life drastically. I had to leave my home, I had to leave my family, my friends, go to a new province that I've never been to before, acclimatize myself to a new curriculum, and just start from zero. And I know from my students that I teach, they ask me many questions, I ask them many questions, and there's that mutual respect. And because of that, we connect on a human level. And I feel bad for those students who don't get to have those human exposures, because when they enter the real world, it's going to be the first time that they meet people who are very different to them.
A little bit.
Now she says that she would move back to Quebec if the law was completely eliminated, because her family is here and she did build a life in Quebec, so she would come back. But as for now, with the decision that's happened, that's not going to happen. And this fight is not over. there is like people who believe among the legal experts that this will go to the Supreme Court of Canada, and Hannah, that could take years to figure out.
Corbina Odoro in Montreal, thank you.
Listen, you could pay for a streaming app and a music app, or they get YouTube Premium for $12.99, which gives you both. Try 1 month.
I should not give you $1 more of my fucking money. Do that.
Thanks, Patty, for your compassion, your leadership, your tireless work alongside me and others to build not just a better future for Thunder Bay.
Listening to your fucking psychobabble bullshit.
And indeed, with
Fucked in the head. Absolutely crazy. You okay there, Jack? Yeah. Oh, Bobby.
Hey, hi everyone. My name is Jerry Wise, and I want to talk to you about why narcissistic parents are incapable of accepting you. I want to talk about the ways that they demonstrate this incapability. First of all, they have a need for control. If they have a need for control, then they cannot accept you because they have an inability to be vulnerable, and so they need to be in control. And if we really look at acceptance, we can see that acceptance equals shared influence. In other words, if I accept you, then I assume you have influence over yourself, I have influence over me. If I'm controlling you, then I can't accept you because I can't share you having influence over you. Only I can have influence over you as a narcissistic parent. And so we will feel unaccepted because narcissistic parents must be in control. It is important that we also cannot be secure in our own sense of self-esteem or self-confidence because narcissistic parents are insecure and have low self-confidence. They have a fragile self-esteem. They have deep-seated insecurities. Now, I understand there's some research that talks about how narcissistic parents are just kind of full of themselves and don't really experience low self-esteem. They have too much self-esteem. Well, I think the evidence is still out on how we understand that. But the main point is they certainly are triggered by shaming. They are triggered by things that we would call insecurities. They cannot accept other strengths and individuality. So when we were growing up, and even as adults with narcissistic parents, they can't accept us and our strengths. They also may feel jealous and need to shift the focus to them. And so when you have all of those dynamics working, there's no way they can accept you because you cannot accept someone if you're struggling with those issues. Narcissistic parents have a lack of empathy. That also interferes with their ability to accept you. Do you know that acceptance involves empathy and connection? The narcissistic parent can do neither. They can neither connect with you in a healthy way, nor be empathetic towards you and imagine or feel what you must feel. The way narcissists learn empathy is through mirroring. They don't have the empathy gene if they're truly a narcissistic personality disorder. They don't have that narcissistic gene or empathetic gene, let's say, but they can mimic it. And if it looks good to others, they'll try to do that or demonstrate that. So sometimes they will kind of fake empathize. And I've been watching some TV shows that have some narcissistic parents in them. And of course, they play on that for a joke in the TV shows, how non-empathetic they are. They just can't empathize. Two shows I think of as Absolutely Fabulous and Veep, VEP, the Vice Presidential Comedy Central series. Hilarious, because she's a narcissistic mother and she just doesn't have that empathy and it doesn't come through. And she plays that very well. Another is grandiosity and superiority. Narcissists often hold an inflated sense of self-importance. Well, if I'm grandiose and I'm superior, then no one can be equal. So how am I going to accept anyone? Because acceptance has a certain level of, we are kind of both humans. I may disagree with you. I may even think you're being immature. I may even think you're wrong. But there's not a sense in which I feel
Oh.
The Toronto Star's New Politics podcast brings you deep dives and behind-the-scenes insights from Parliament Hill and beyond. It's Political with me, Althea Raj. Find it in your podcast
Althea, really?
It's Political is brought to you by Compass Rose. At Compass Rose, we work to find the common good, moving past partisanship to find solutions that work for clients and Canadians.
What the
Finding
fuck
common
is this?
good shouldn't mean winners and losers. At Compass Rose, we thrive on the challenge.
Nous, au service bancaire au Québec.
What's that?
We just played the
debate moment from the '84 debate between John Turner and Brian Mulroney. And as much as that might not be very civil, it was a more civil time in politics.
Yeah, it really was. And just a little aside, Jim, as you know, I do a lot of media training for folks in politics and in the corporate world, and debate prep is something politically that I've done I don't know how many times over the years at different levels. And we always say to candidates, you will not have that Brian Mulroney moment as much as you want to have it. It was very, very unique when we look back on politics. He had guts, and yet had guts in a very civilized way. Such a command of his intellect and who he was and what he believed for this country. I mean, imagine fighting on the GST.
Yeah.
Like, imagine fighting on that and saying, I believe that this is the right thing for Canada's economy. Free trade. Fighting because he believed in it.
Well, that's what that argument was about, right? With John Turner, it was about free trade, something that had worked really well in this country right up until, well, probably still does work really well in this country until it was rocked by the appearance of Donald Trump. But that NAFTA agreement was the foundation of what has made Canada very successful since that time.
Yeah, and I know he was, because it was who he was and he believed in this country first and foremost, despite the fact that he was a conservative. I know he was instrumental in the more recent discussions, just giving advice, Liberals in charge, over the most recent negotiations, including Mexico. That was, again, who he was because he just believed in things so deeply. I'll tell you the other thing, and much more political, but Jim, he was a master of caucus management. He had a huge majority, and yet those caucus members, despite the rockiness of the fights, were so loyal to him, and that was 100% a direct result, as I said a few minutes ago, of his understanding of people, of his respect for individuals, no matter where they came from, no matter what they were doing, and in particular, if they had run for him and were prepared to put their name on a ballot.
So they say Alan
How afraid was he to get involved in politics of the day? I know that he would endorse people from time to time and make his views apparent if he didn't like things the way they were going, but I'm guessing he was a little reticent to do that.
Yeah, I think a little bit, although, I mean, he certainly has been in the public domain quite a bit in the last few years, despite his failing health. I know he spoke at a conference just recently that my husband had organized. I mean, he was not afraid to
So you're
speak out
obviously
if it
not
was something,
biased.
again, that he truly believed in for the country. And didn't always make him popular with some of our larger conservative family, but he didn't care. He was prepared to speak out on things that really mattered to him.
It's ironic
Shout
that
out that
people
matters.
would not think of a conservative prime minister to be the foremost environmental prime minister probably that we've had, maybe until recently, but I don't necessarily want to argue that Justin Trudeau necessarily hasn't moved the goalpost, but taking on acid rain at that time was something that needed to be done and something that Brian Mulroney did.
Yeah, I get frustrated by that notion, Jim, that conservatives aren't pro-environment, because it really is a conservative philosophy. That you turn over the country that we live in to the next generation in as good, if not better shape than you found it. It is very small C conservative. And again, all the issues we've just discussed are things that if he believed it was the right thing to do, he took it on.
Deb, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim.
That's Deb Hutton. She is a contributor to the iHeart Talk Radio Network and a former advisor to two premiers in Ontario, Harris and Eves. If you're just joining us right now, we are marking the passing of Canada's 18th Prime Minister at the age of 84. Brian Mulroney died earlier today.
What?
We played that clip of Vashi Kapelos making the announcement earlier on CTV News.
Former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney's daughter, Caroline Mulroney, who writes, on behalf of my mother and our family, it is with great sadness we announce the passing of my father, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, Canada's 18th Prime Minister. He died peacefully, Caroline Mulroney writes, surrounded by family. She goes on to say that we will share details of arrangements when they become available.
More in a moment here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Well, we have double trouble on the Metropolitan eastbound. First up at the Saint Laurent entrance, or a touch before. In fact, we have a right lane stalled vehicle. That's why it is busy on the approach to that sector from before the Laurentian Autoroute interchange. You might as well grab that Saint Laurent/Saint Denis exit right there just before you hit the Laurentian Autoroute, because beyond the Saint Laurent entrance, there is also an incident at Papineau that is being dealt with, and we are getting word that that also is in the right lane. A stalled vehicle that we see on the jam cams should be up on the tow truck any minute. No word on when that will happen over at Saint Laurent. Outbound La Fontaine, 8 minutes from the Hochelaga bit on the 25 South, 5 minutes via Soulier-Guiche. The Jean Talon sector is where there's a bit of resistance on the Carrie South. That Royal Mount entrance will be closed later tonight, come 9 o'clock on the Carrie South. And it's 10 minutes getting across the 40 eastbound Zillatour Bridge. Don't forget, when you insure your construction or renovation company with Beneva, you'll have a partner that doesn't cut corners. Beneva. Compare us. It's worth it. I'm Mark from CJAD 800 Traffic and Transit every 15 minutes, next at 7:45.
William and Sebastian finally found their dream condo. They bought it with the help of a real estate broker recommended by Confia. Out of the broker suggested, they chose Helen. She knew the neighborhood well and immediately understood their needs. They clicked right away. Kind of like William and Sebastian. Confia. We're dedicated to the most important space in your life. Confia is part of Espace Proprio, an initiative by Desjardins.
This is the sound of medicine. When you stay at a Ronald McDonald House, close to your sick child, family is medicine. And right now, it's helping Ryan battle leukemia. We need your help to keep families together. Please donate today at rmhc.ca.
Do your legs feel tired and heavy? Do you experience cramps, pains, or tingling in your legs or feet? These may be signs of poor circulation and fluid buildup. Active Legs from New Nordic is scientifically formulated to improve circulation and strengthen veins and blood vessels in the legs, using clinically proven natural ingredients like grape seeds, maritime bark extract, and magnesium. 70% of Active Leg users report being symptom-free in just 60 days. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Loblaws, Superstore, and Jean Coutu, or online at Amazon and newnordic.ca.
You know what they say about winter? It ain't over till it's over. But for Germain Lariviere, that means their big winter sale is still on. Right now, get up to $3,000 off living room furniture. Plus, Germain Lariviere will pay the equivalent of both taxes on select appliances. And they will even buy your old ones. It may be freezing outside, but with Germain Lariviere's biggest sale of the year on the biggest brands, the month of February feels just a little bit shorter. Live your dreams. Germain Lariviere. Details in store.
The Vista Private Retirement Residence is located in the dynamic Monkland Village of Montreal, in close proximity to cafes and restaurants, bakeries, and art galleries, offering its residents a unique style of living. The Vista boasts its own movie theater, indoor pool, and gym. With its hotel style of living, the Vista Private Retirement Residence is sure to please all its residents. To arrange a personal tour, start with a visit to residencevista.ca. The Vista, a Koshin retirement home.
Everyone loves Italian food, and you can bring delicious and authentic Italian food home from Restaurant Di Menna. They've been serving the East End's best Italian dishes since 1971. Order your favorites for delivery or counter pickup, or better yet, load up your freezer with Di Menna's restaurant quality frozen meals, Di Menna's famous Montreal-style pizzas, or lasagnas, pastas, sauces, and more to make dinner easy and delicious. Visit DiMenna.com to see the full menu today. Restaurant Di Menna, your new favorite Italian restaurant in St. Leonard.
Wednesday, March 6th on CTV. There's a new panelist on The Masked Singer.
That was incredible.
And all new secret superstars.
Oh my god.
A new season of The Masked Singer starts March 6th on CTV.
Take your business to the next level with a TV commercial. CreativeServices.ca can help for less than you might imagine. We're the pros at CTV Montreal, so we know TV production. Now, let us get you there. Visit CreativeServices.ca.
Catch Under One Roof MTL every Sunday at noon right after the trivia show. Join Robin, Fred, and Martin and LJ along with their special guests as they demystify the worlds of real estate and mortgages. Under One Roof MTL, brought to you by Fred and Martin Mortgages and LJ Realties, exclusively on CJAD.
This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800. You're listening to complete coverage of the passing of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
I'm Jim Richards, and thank you very much for your time.
But first, we've got to resolve the impasse now surrounding the Meech-Lake Accord. As Prime Minister of Canada, my most important obligation is to work unceasingly to give life to the intangible but indispensable concept of bringing Canada together. A constitution endorsed by only 9 provinces out of 10 clearly lacks the unifying vision and the strength that such a fundamental document must bring to the life and the dreams of a nation. It is important that Quebec sign the Canadian Constitution, and this we achieved with the Meech-Lake Accord.
That was in his second term, a very divisive time in this country trying to get Quebec on board. We've talked about Meech Lake, free trade, acid rain, standing up against apartheid, the GST, a lot of things accomplished and a lot of divisive issues for the man that grew up in Baie-Comeau, Quebec, and tried to run for the leadership in 76, was beaten out by Joe Clark, won it in 83, and won a huge mandate in 84. And then after winning in 84, he battled away and won another majority in 88, despite the fact that everybody thought that free trade would be a third rail that could undo any chance that he would have at being reelected. We're joined right now by Thomas Mulcair, who is the former leader of the NDP and also a contributor to CTV News. Thomas, thank you very much for your time.
Good to be with you, Jen.
What were your thoughts on Brian Mulroney, on someone you viewed, I guess, where were you in your life when he was Prime Minister?
Well, I got a chance to know him quite well after he'd been Prime Minister, but even before he was Prime Minister, he was a media figure here in Quebec. We used to hear him sometimes on the radio when he was the head of the Iron Ore Company on the Lower North Shore, and he didn't betray his Irish roots. He would sometimes use very direct language you wouldn't be expecting from someone who had come out of a blue chip law firm and was now heading up a large resource company. Lots of spontaneity and ability, Jim, I would say, that is extremely rare. He didn't just master French. He knew the secret handshake that went along with it. He was able to talk to workers. His own dad had been an electrician at a paper plant on the Lower North Shore. So he had a common man touch, very smart guy, great education, but he never forgot his roots and who he was.
And didn't shy away from controversial policy either. I mean, a lot of the things that he had accomplished were tough to get done.
Yeah, and he was strong, for example, in his relationships with the United States, thanks to his personal connection to Ronald Reagan. But when it came time to things that for him were absolutely unbending principles like fighting apartheid, another close ally of his, Margaret Thatcher and Reagan, he took them both on and said, this is a despicable, horrific regime, and we should help dismantle it in the interests of the world and of the future. And Mulroney turns out to have been very right. And that's one of the things that I've noticed too, because, there were the ups and downs. You mentioned it in your intro before about around issues like Airbus. That was certainly a lot of turbulence.
Yeah.
In hindsight, people are looking back at Mulroney's accomplishments. They think of the free trade deal, for example, the first one, which was with Canada-US. But, I'll add something else in there, because I follow environmental issues carefully. The deal that he put together, the treaty between Canada and the United States on acid rain, contains the very first cap and trade system to get rid of undesired emissions in the world. And it remains to this day a model of how to achieve a result. And that is something that was way ahead of its time. And that's something that the Conservatives and Mulroney did, much to their credit.
How do you think he'll be remembered?
I think that it's interesting. If you were to if you were to have asked me that question, let's say, I don't know, 15 years ago, I would have said, not sure. There was the Oliphant inquiry, and then there was the appearance in Parliamentary Committee where he gave his version of events and things like that. It wasn't going over simply. But I think that today, the examples that you and I have just gone through, he will be recognized as being a very, very good politician and a great statesman. And he's somebody who really, we always talk of Canada as a middle power, but when Mulroney was there, we were really punching above our weight category.
You mentioned the Oliphant inquiry. That was the inquiry to look into whether or not he had accepted a $300,000 cash payment under the table, and it was found ultimately in 2010. The inquiry found that yes. There was inappropriate dealings there, and that possibly could have tarnished his legacy. But as you said, it seems like since 2010, he has been able to reclaim that legacy as an elder statesman here in this country.
Yeah, very well said. And, you go to Laval University in Quebec City where he did his law. At one point, I'm guessing about maybe 10 years ago, Brian Mulroney had accepted to be the head of the big fundraising campaign, and his name was going to go on a building or on some important place there. And there were some professors who fought back, and he didn't say a word. He just walked away from it and went and helped another university instead. I think that anybody who was involved in that today probably regrets it.
What does a Brian Mulroney Conservative mean to you?
That's interesting, because he was, for me, emblematic of what it is to be a progressive Conservative, and we just gave examples. I mean, he was there fighting the good fight against apartheid and taking on Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. So he was definitely an economic Conservative, but he was definitely, on many social and big international political issues, a progressive.
And what would you be afraid of if you had to deal with Brian Mulroney across the aisle?
Well, we have very similar roots. We're both, the Irish and Quebec have very, very deep history together. They had in common, the Catholic religion. Some would add they had in common resistance to the English, modest background. And that Irish community is very blended into the overall Quebec community. Lots of people, one of the ministers in Quebec City is named Pierre Fitzgibbon. I mean, you can't get a better mix of Irish and French than a name like that. So this is something that is part of who we are here in the province of Quebec, and Mulroney really did represent that.
My last name is Swan. That doesn't mean I have a representation of Scottish people in Quebec.
Big towns where you have one major industry that we have a lot of places in Canada, but he blended right in. He knew how to talk to people and won two massive majorities across Canada, but including in Quebec. And it's been a very, very long time since the Conservatives have done anything of that importance in Quebec.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you say that, because there probably would not have been a Conservative majority there without Quebec, and that really was different for the Conservatives, right? That really gave them a shot.
Yeah, and he gave it his best shot when he tried to bring Quebec back into the Constitution, as he said at the time, famously, in honor and enthusiasm, with Meech and then Charlottetown, and it failed. Yeah. I'd say it's one of the signal failures of this time, but it's not looked at as a failure now. It's looked at as an honest attempt to right a wrong that is still having echoes today. So, again, in retrospect, people will sit down and look at the historical record on Mulroney and realize he was a man of great accomplishment.
Thomas, thank you very much for your time.
Great to talk to you, Jen.
Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP and, of course, a contributor to CTV News. I just want to play you a bit of a time capsule. This is Brian Mulroney's victory speech in 1984 after becoming Prime Minister.
Holy fuck.
I will never forget the extraordinary welcome you gave me at a time when so many things depended on your support.
For my party to regain the confidence of Quebecers, I had to leave the support of electors in Central Nova and run in my home province, and I want to express tonight, on behalf of Mila and myself, and Mila has meant so very much to me and to the campaign. But I want to express my very special thanks to the people of Central Nova in Nova Scotia who gave me my first opportunity to enter the House of Commons.
That's just a little bit of the speech as he started off his victory speech in 1984, winning an unprecedented majority. We'll continue to remember the life of Brian Mulroney, the 18th Prime Minister in this country who passed earlier today at the age of 84.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Well, the double trouble's over on the eastbound Met, but not the slowdown. Quite heavy still from the Laurentian Outer interchange through until Papineau, where they carted away a stall over there, as they did just prior to that stretch before the entrance at Saint-Laurent. Take another report or so before things can tend to pan out over there. Met West, Stinson entrance through until St. Croix. A little bit of sluggishness as there is to carry South Royalmount to the Jean Talon entrance. That Royalmount entrance will be barred come 9 o'clock, at which time up in Boisbriand, the 640 in both directions at the 15, aka the Laurentian Outer will have 1 out of 2 lanes shut. Also at 9 in nearby Mirabel, the 15 north Michel Boeck / Notre Dame exit number 28 will be blocked. We'll let some more routes as the evening progresses in the roadwork department. Did you know you could be at risk of getting severe COVID-19 just by being over 60? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about prescription treatments for mild to moderate COVID-19. I'm Mark Shalhoub, CJAD 800 Traffic and Transit every 15 minutes and next at 8 o'clock.
Academy Award winner Kate Winslet stars in the new HBO original limited series, The Regime. Quote, an expression of peace and love. The Regime. Streams Sunday, March 3rd, only on Crave. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
I'm Erin, and this is my life with California Closets. I purchased a historic home that's over 150 years old. One of the biggest things old houses don't have is closet storage and organization. And in a modern life, you really need to store a lot of things. Working with California Closets was the only way to get exactly what I needed. It really makes my life better. I finally have my dream home, and I couldn't be more thrilled about it.
Schedule your free design consultation today at californiaclosets.ca.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
This is Beryl Wiseman, Editor-in-Chief of the Suburban Newspaper Media Group. I am very pleased to invite you to join my colleagues and myself every Sunday at 7 p.m. for the Suburban News Hour. We'll go behind our headlines and delve into our stories and highlight in depth the big stories in the paper, what's coming up in the week, the latest features, entertainment, gossip, and sports. The Suburban News Hour and the Suburban Media, the source for the local community news.
Welcome to Very Obvious Answers, thoughtfully presented by Virgin Plus. Shall we begin? Of course. Do you think internet should be affordable? Surely. Does affordable internet without long-term contracts sound appealing? Clearly. And most importantly, where do you get affordable internet? Virgin Plus, obviously. Get affordable internet with no long-term contract starting from $35 a month. Conditions apply. Visit the Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details.
Diverse stories, captivating originals. Stars has the shows unlike anything else.
Who's changing the game?
This February, add Stars to your Crave subscription for new episodes of the crime saga Power Book 3, Raising Kanan.
I win every day.
Plus, all new episodes of the gritty drama Hightown.
You should be ready for what's coming.
Stars also has big movies like the action-packed King of Killers
Nobody leaves until the game's finished.
and the Oscar-winning hit Argo.
I've never left anyone behind.
Get Stars as an add-on at crave.ca.
This is CJAD 800.
Listen anywhere, anytime.
Anytime at CJAD800.com.
The iHeartRadio app or on your smart speaker. This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800.
What's going on, eh?
Some returns are more eagerly awaited than others.
Okay.
And the one everyone's been waiting for is the all-you-can-eat salad bar, Scores. Now included with our roast chicken, ribs, and combos. Always more at Scores. Visit scores.ca to find a restaurant near you.
You're listening to complete coverage of the passing of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
The 18th Prime Minister in this country, a man who stood ground when nobody else was doing it for apartheid, a man who fought for free trade and the GST, tried to unite the country through Meech Lake, and is known as, ironically, as a conservative, perhaps our greatest environmental Prime Minister, through fighting for acid rain reduction. We're joined right now by a contributor to the iHeart Talk Radio Network. You hear him all of the time talking about some of the big political news stories. Scott Reed, who was an advisor to a prime minister, Paul Martin,
Oh my God.
joins us right now. Scott, thank you very much for your time.
You bet, Jim.
I guess you came in contact quite often with Mr. Mulroney.
I don't know if I'd say quite often, but I certainly had a chance to get to know him a little and chatted with him over the years and interacted with him and a lot of mutual friends. And I'll just say this. I mean, what I found astonishing about Brian Mulroney, and I really mean this, and I know that people, news is just broken and there's an impulse to deify people, but without exaggeration and not just caught up in the moment. I would have said this to you a month ago and I'll say it to you a month from now. All the political leaders that I've interacted with, right? And I got to watch Pierre Trudeau and John Turner, Paul Martin, Jean Chrétien, all Justin Trudeau, like all really, really significant leaders the last 30, 40 years. None of them could match the pure, raw political skill of Brian Mulroney. And he had amazing and really significant accomplishments as a prime minister.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to believe at this point.
But the raw political skill for someone like myself that loves politics, that loves the game of politics, that loves that, I'm telling you, there was no one that could match what he had going. And you saw him in big rooms and you see him on TV, and sometimes people would say, oh, if I was a little too slick, a little too buttered to the edge.
What?
But if you sat in a room with him, if you were fortunate enough to sit around a table with him with 5, 4, 6, 10, 12 people, he could charm the birds out of the trees. And I'm not exaggerating. It was just an astonishing thing.
I was going to ask you, for us not being in that political grind, when you talk about that acumen, how would you explain it?
Well, I mean, there's a really, I don't want to play pop psychologist, but, he grew up in small town Quebec. And he had this determination, and I've encountered it with others over the years, people you might meet in your life who come from small towns, and they have this kind of world-beating attitude. Sometimes people bounce off of that and they're like, I want to explode on the biggest possible stage, because I come from a place that's small. And I think he just had that drilled within him. And I'll my own former boss, Paul Martin, another prime minister, they worked together in the 1960s, and they were colleagues in Montreal in business circles, worked together. They were close friends, like they were really close friends. And all he used to talk about, he would say, to watch Brian, as he would call it.
No.
The city of Montreal in the late 1960s was to watch a work of art. And he just had that ability to drill into you. He was talking to Jim Richards. Jim Richards was the only person on the planet. And he had an indefatigability. In the 1960s, 1970s, this guy, these are legendary stories about him. And people forget this. This is a foregone era. But he would spend hours each night calling people province to province, long distance calls on a corded telephone. Just keeping up the network, building up the network. Hey, Jim, I understand it's your 30th birthday. Congratulations. Wanted to let you know I was thinking of you. Hey, Lucille, I understand you and your husband are celebrating your 30th wedding anniversary. Hope you guys are having a great night with family. Like, he would do that year after year after year, and he built and expanded his network, and he made people feel special. And part of it was that Irish charm, and part of it was a political animal, and part of it, I think, was coming from a small town with the determination that he was going to conquer the world.
Yeah. What's missing in terms of that kind of political style now?
Well, we sometimes glorify, where politics so much more avuncular back in the day and so much more familiar. But I think one of the things that is missing is that technology, the technical wanky word for it is it disintermediates us. It separates us. So your political opponents are people that you combat on television and on social media, and you don't encounter them. And so you can say and think and do anything to them. But Brian Mulroney lived in a world where you encountered your opponent and you shook hands with them, and you might have to sit at the same table as them. And so that's lost. And I think that, I can recall having a conversation with Mr. Mulroney about John Turner. And someone in our group had said, they made a comparison to another politician who'd had some difficulties, and Mulroney wheeled on the guy. So what did you just say?
Wow.
Did you just say something? Did you just compare that person to John Turner? And he just fixed it and said, I'm telling you right now, John Turner was a lion. He was, but for a trick of timing and history, and he had to take over after Trudeau, he had shoulders broader than anybody else in our era. So he said, don't ever let me hear you running down John Turner. Like, he said that with unbelievable passion and sincerity. So, that's something you don't see. That's something you don't see in our era. Do you think Donald Trump is talking about people that he quarreled with but found deep respect for? God, no.
Yeah. Great stuff. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Scott.
Thanks, Jim. Have a great night.
Scott,
That was really depressing.
A political contributor here to the iHeart Talk Radio Network on the eve where we find out that Prime Minister Brian Mulroney has passed at the age of 86. It's a night where we're hearing from all sorts of different people. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau that spoke moments ago, as did Jean Chrétien, the former Prime Minister, about 20 minutes ago. We'll bring you audio from them. Doug Ford from Ontario also paid tribute. We will play you all of that. Still to come in the next half hour here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network, where in a moment we continue to look back at the life and the career of former Prime Minister in this country, Brian Mulroney.
Commander?
Yes, Captain.
How did our spaceship escape?
They have fiber, Captain. It's faster than cable.
Faster, huh?
By a landslide, Captain. And for less.
What else have they got?
5 TV, Captain.
What?
Well, they also have the best TV service.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Switch to Bell and get 500 internet and the best TV service with 10 channels of your choice, plus Crave for only $89 a month. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
What's better than getting a small premium roast coffee and your favorite McMuffin? Getting a small premium roast coffee and your favorite McMuffin for only $4 plus tax. Starting March 5th, only at McDonald's. Excludes egg BLT McMuffin for limited time at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Good evening, it's 8 o'clock. I'm Dario De Felice with your CTV News Update. Currently minus 10 degrees, weather details in minutes. Here's what's making news right now. Former Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney has died. The Quebec Court of Appeal upholds Bill 21, and U.S. President Joe Biden is backing away from his prediction of a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Those stories are coming up, but first, with the latest from the CJAD 800 traffic center, here's Mark Chalou.
Good evening, Dario. We're looking at about
Who the fuck is
just under 10
Dario?
minutes getting over the 40 eastbound single-laned Illitour Bridge. How's the Med East after a couple of earlier incidents at both Saint-Laurent and Papineau? It's cleared out. We'll take it. The Carrie South Royal Mount entrance will be locked as of 9 o'clock, at which time on the 15, aka the Laurentian Outer, 1 out of 2 lanes will be closed, and that will be at the 640 in both directions of the 15. You'll have 1 out of 2 lanes closed. And over at the Jacques Cartier Bridge to Montreal, a single lane closure is on the way at 10 o'clock, 10:30, 40 east from Côte de Liesse to the Décarie interchange. Just 1 lane will be open, but not the Décarie South exit. Did you know you could be at risk of getting severe COVID-19 just by being over 60? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about prescription treatments for mild to moderate COVID-19. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800 next to the 815.
In the news, former Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney has died at age 84. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau expressed his devastation to learn of the passing, saying Mulroney was generous, tireless, and incredibly passionate. Mulroney, who headed the Progressive Conservative Party, soared to the largest majority mandate in history when he was elected in 1984. On September 4th, 1984, as incoming Prime Minister Mulroney said no one lost in the election campaign.
Ultimately, no one will have lost this election if it serves to consolidate our determination as a people and enhance our unity as a nation. The country as a whole has opted for the Progressive Conservative Party. So sweeping is this expression of confidence that I am genuinely torn between 2 feelings. First, a deep sense of gratitude towards the Canadian electorate who have given us an historic opportunity to serve. And secondly, the recognition of the enormous responsibility with which we have been entrusted.
Mulroney lived in Montreal.
Okay.
The Court of Appeal has ruled that the province's religious symbols ban is constitutional. A lower court had previously ruled that the law, known as Bill 21, would not apply at English schools, but this has now been overturned. The bill preemptively uses the notwithstanding clause, and as Guillaume Rousseau, a lawyer with Secularism Quebec, explains, the ruling applies to more than just this case.
What the Court of Appeal is saying is that Quebec can use the notwithstanding clause as it wish.
Yeah.
It can use it preventively. It can use it targeting many sections of both charters. There's just no problem with the use of the notwithstanding clause in Bill 21. And that's really important because we also have now the notwithstanding clause in Bill 96 and therefore in the Charter of the French language.
Premier François Legault calls the ruling a victory for the nation of Quebec. U.S. President Joe Biden is backing away from his optimistic prediction of an impending ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Here's ABC News reporter Karen Travers.
After saying earlier this week a ceasefire in Gaza could happen by Monday, President Biden's now saying it may take longer to reach an agreement, but he didn't give a new timeline.
I was on the telephone with the people in the region. I'm sure
Probably not by Monday, but I'm hopeful.
The president addressing reports over 100 civilians were killed in Gaza while trying to get to trucks carrying food aid.
We're checking it out right now. The Christmas Day version will happen.
Asked if that will complicate ceasefire negotiations, the president said, quote, "I know it will." Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
For more news, go to cjd800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. Clouds clearing this evening with 40-kilometer-hour winds, the low -14. Mainly sunny skies expected tomorrow with a high of 2 degrees and a high of 7 degrees on Saturday with a chance of showers. Right now, clear skies and -10 degrees in downtown Montreal. For a complete recap of today's top stories in Montreal, join us tonight at 11:30 on CTV or here on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update at 9 o'clock.
You're listening to the iHeartRadio Talk Network, and this is ongoing coverage of the passing of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney.
Our 18th Prime Minister passing earlier today at the age of 84. Here's current Prime Minister Justin Trudeau moments ago.
Kids.
Fuck.
Until we can figure, we get that line back, this is another former Prime Minister. This is Jean Chrétien.
For too long term.
You guys are fucking useless.
And I was an opponent of him all my political career. But in politics, opposition is opposition. Try paying off, fight on the ice. Have a beer together after that. And we had a lot of things in common. You know, he was involved in many controversial files. It's better to be involved than not to be involved. Many times we did not agree, but in reality, in 3 different referendums, we were on the same side. So he had a very good political career, and he had a very good personal life. You know, Mila and him had a great family, all successful kids. He was a family man. He was himself from a minority. He was Anglo in Quebec.
Really?
I was Franco in the rest of the land. And, you know, but it was possible coming from rural Quebec to move up the ladder to be Prime Minister of Canada, as he was, a successful one. And I would like to offer to
Jean Chrétien is like so like fucking more with it than Biden.
That is former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. We're going to talk to Tasha Kieran on the passing of Brian Mulroney in a moment. But first, here is current Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
A deep absence. He was committed to this country, loved it with all of his heart, and served it for many, many years in many different ways. He had the courage to do big things, whether it was negotiating free trade with the United States and then with Mexico, all the while standing up to protect Canada's environment, to push back against the Americans on acid rain, to stand strong on the international stage, standing up for Canada's values against communism and authoritarianism, against apartheid, leading with our values around the world. He was incredibly generous and effective in advising me and our government on the renegotiation of NAFTA during some very challenging years, where not just the advice and strategic counsel he gave me and us, but also active with his contacts as part of Team Canada to make sure that the messages on how important the friendship and the relationship between Canada and the U.S. was, not just for Canada, but the U.S., was key.
his commitment to this country as a proud Quebecer, to bringing people together and demonstrating the impact, but also the necessity of Canada on the world stage, and the pride that Canadians could take in it was something that has left its mark.
Justin Trudeau from earlier tonight, about 20 minutes ago, the current Prime Minister, on the 18th Prime Minister that this country has had. Brian Mulroney passed earlier today at the age of 84. We're joined right now by Tasha Kiernan, who is a writer and has written a book about what it is to be conservative. Tasha, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thanks, Kim.
I'm guessing this might be one of the reasons that you wanted to get into politics, the prime ministership of Brian Mulroney.
Yeah, actually, I first met him when I was 14 on the campaign trail, and I got involved because of the big blue wave in Quebec. Absolutely, it was very exciting, and so a lot of young people I know from those days got inspired by his message, but also his person. He was a very human person. He was not, he was a politician, but he had a big heart, and it showed. And that is something that I think, as we reflect on his legacy, is really important to underline. Those personal relationships that he crafted with other leaders as well around the world changed the world and brought Canada to the world stage in a way that, I wish we were still there, because it was a great place and a great time.
We just heard both Chrétien and Trudeau talk about the fact that he wouldn't shy away from things. I mean, things like Meech Lake introducing free trade and GST standing up when he was the only one doing it at a certain point against South African apartheid, and taking a stand on acid rain and getting things done there were things that took a lot of initiative, and probably a lot of deals needed to be made.
Yeah, he managed to convince Ronald Reagan on the acid rain. He managed to convince Margaret Thatcher to switch sides on apartheid. She was opposed to actions to end apartheid in South Africa, and he used his charm. He had a lot of charm, Irish charm, that he would not be hesitant to deploy, but he was also respected. He was obviously very intelligent, but he also had a deep devotion to his country, and it showed. He took politics seriously, and he respected his opponents, even as he tore them apart, but he still respected them. And that's something I think that is something to reflect on also as we think of his passing today.
What are his main accomplishments that live on? I mean, we talked, Justin Trudeau just talked about how important Brian Mulroney was to pick his brain on renegotiating NAFTA. But, getting reelected in the face of that being such a controversial thing, and that, gave us the back and forth between himself and John Turner, that was about free trade. The GST, I mean, even trying to bring the country together under Meech Lake, all were things that a lot of politicians might not have the appetite for.
Yeah, the GST is still with us. Those of us that said, we'll get rid of it, they didn't, because they realized it brought in a lot of money. But it also was a necessary replacement to the manufacturer's sales tax. People don't remember how that tax hurt Canadian businesses and Canadian exports. And replacing it with the GST, moving to a consumption-based tax system, or more consumption-based, it's something that European countries had done. It was actually a very forward-thinking thing. People didn't like it because they thought they saw it on their bill, and previously it was hidden. So he wore the political, he paid the political price for that. But it was the right thing to do, and that's again something that is in short supply often today. He stood for those things. He really believed in the things he did. And he also rallied his caucus. He was a very good people manager. But he honestly cared. I mean, if people would get sick, he'd pick up the phone if their spouse was ailing, and, even if they weren't his own party, but certainly for the people who were loyal to him, he was loyal to them to the end.
Tasha, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Good night.
We'll continue to hear from Doug Ford in a couple of minutes, the Premier of Ontario. He spoke earlier tonight, and we'll play you that clip. Also, the Prime Minister, Trudeau, spoke for quite a long time. We'll tap back into that a little bit later on. And when we come back, we'll hear from the morning man in Ottawa. Bill Carroll is going to join us on the passing of Brian Mulroney, our 18th Prime Minister, and perhaps a resume that is unmatched by many Prime Ministers, with all the things that he accomplished and things that he did not accomplish. But it was not all rosy. Towards the end of his being Prime Minister in this country, there were some accusations of kickbacks, and of course the Oliphant Commission in 2010 found essentially that he did act inappropriately, tarnishing his legacy for a couple of years. One might argue that it came all of the way back. At 84 years of age, the passing of Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, we're marking it tonight here on News Talk Tonight.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
We're going to give you the whole roadwork picture tonight as more and more closures are on the way. One little slowdown for you now. It's heading over the 40 eastbound single-laned Illitor Bridge. That's 5 minutes. And if you're rolling over the 20 east onwards to the Gallipo, that is fluid. How about the La Fontaine Tunnel? Well, there's also photo radar. Doubled is that fine in the construction zone, 50 kmh over there. 5 minutes to the east approach. Same deal as of Telly on the 25 south. The tunnel to the south shore will be closed tomorrow night at 11 until Saturday at 8 a.m. By the way, that photo radar is also double the fines over at the Illitor Bridge, but the speed limit is 60 km/h. 20 east exit to the 520 east Dorval Avenue. Exit 56E will be locked as of 9 o'clock, at which time the Kerry South Royal entrance will be closed. Inbound Jacques-Cartier Bridge will have 1 out of 2 lanes barred as of 10. 10:30, 40 east from the Côte de Liesse exit to the Décarie interchange. Only 1 lane will be open, but not to the Décarie South. Exit 136 east from Ottawakin through until, make that from Delavaltine. Exit number 4 to Ottawakin will be closed. That's as of 11:30. Super sale is on at Super C this week. Medium ground beef is only $3.49 a pound until March 6th. Only at Super C. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800 by Mark Schalup. Next report, 8:30.
Now, Black in Montreal, marking Black History Month.
I'm Marlene Jennings.
Oh, good. You guys aren't playing the Black Eyed Peas anymore.
And retired lawyer. I want to tell you about my great sister friend, Patricia, or as we call her, Pat Dillon Moore, a writer, performance artist, and MC of cultural events, known as a multi-threat. Pat starred in the 1986 film Sitting in Limbo.
I was here 2 days ago. I had a pregnancy test done.
Pat racked up notable theater credits through the Black Theater Workshop, founded Black Arts Production. This brought her to the attention of CKUT 90.3. In 1990, the radio station appointed Pat as radio station manager, giving light to Black music, musicians, and Black cultural creators. Pat Dillon Moore is a shining example of passion, prowess, and personality, and a true role model for all Montrealers and all Quebecers.
Marking Black History Month throughout the month of February. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
The Vista Private Retirement Residence is located in the dynamic Monkland Village of Montreal, in close proximity to cafes and restaurants, bakeries, and art galleries, offering its residents a unique style of living. The Vista boasts its own movie theater, indoor pool, and gym. With its hotel style of living, the Vista Private Retirement Residence is sure to please all its residents. To arrange a personal tour, start with a visit to residencevista.ca. The Vista, a Cogir retirement home.
Ah! No. No. No.
I'm here with lawyer Genevieve Gray, who is a part of the legal challenge of Bill 21. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Gray. What exactly was your role? So I represent interveners QCGN and CHRC, and we are interveners on the side of those contesting Bill 21, now the law. And so we prepared our arguments in Superior Court and in the Court of Appeal. We pled our arguments. It was not specifically me, but Julius Gray who pled those arguments. And we received a judgment today, so we got a chance to look at it. We're very disappointed by the results, unfortunately, but we look forward to bringing this to the Supreme Court of Canada. What exactly stuck out to you in this judgment? What did you make of it? Well, I think we were disappointed on the Section 23 decision because they reversed the first instance, the Superior Court findings. So that was very disappointing. But we plan to. I think that also opens it up to an argument for the Supreme Court of Canada, since there were two decisions that were slightly different. So hopefully we'll be able to present our arguments. And yeah, it was disappointing to see that, but there's like very little you can do, right? You know, I just digested hundreds of pages of a decision. What stood out to me was of course the fact that we lost, which is always disappointing, but it's just a step. It's obviously the fight is not over yet, and we plan to continue to fight to make sure that we can, you know, protect minority rights. So that's what we want to do. And what grounds do you have to go to the Supreme Court? Well, you know, it's not easy. So there's always I think there's, in a broad sense, this is a very long judgment. It's an important judgment. I think that because there were different reasons given in first instance and in appeal, that opens you up slightly to a Supreme Court of Canada intervention, in the sense that these aren't two judgments that were identical. These are both long judgments. So I do think that the Supreme Court of Canada will want to have their word on this, their final word, and it is, you know, a unique situation. So that in a broad sense opens us up. Now, there are certainly arguments that I saw that off the top of my head that I think we could make in terms of factual findings versus findings of the law that open you up to an appeal. And I think there's arguments on the phone, on the merits of the case that certainly open it up to being at least of interest to the Supreme Court of Canada. So even if they might not necessarily change things, which who knows, I can't pronounce myself on that, I think they will want to look at it. It's such an important decision that I think they will want to have their say. Thank you so much for joining us, Maitre Gray. Thank you for having me. In Montreal, Alicia Bertucci, City News.
Oh, look, they give you a cameraman. Oh, nice.
« 1106 € par jour, tu es capable de faire ça toi aussi. Regarde, je vais juste le reloader pour te montrer que c'est pas une capture d'écran, on applique. Boum! 1106 € par jour. Je me fais beaucoup demander, Cynthia, pourquoi tu fais des vidéos comme ça? Pourquoi tu nous parles d'argent? C'est quoi exactement?
Please shut the fuck up.
Tu fais des vidéos comme...
Because your mom, you kids twerk. Full-time mommy.
All right, Robbie, what's on your radar today?
So Adam Rubenstein is a journalist and former opinion editor at the New York Times. Now, as a person of right-leaning political sensibilities, Rubenstein previously worked for the Wall Street Journal and the Weekly Standard. He was brought to the Times opinion pages with a mandate to help diversify its ideological offerings. His bosses said they expected him to use his contacts in conservative media to solicit research and improve op-eds that would advance contrarian arguments and challenge the paper's own editorial point of view, as well as its readers. This mandate resulted in the now infamous publication of an editorial by Senator Tom Cotton, Republican from Arkansas, on June 3rd, 2020, in the midst of the nationwide protests following the death of George Floyd. Headlined that op-ed, "Send in the Troops." In the op-ed, Cotton called for the federal government to deploy the military to end the rioting and looting in U.S. cities. Now, one can raise a number of practical, philosophical, even legal objections to such a proposal. However, it was not exactly a controversial suggestion, at least as far as public opinion was concerned. Polls showed more than half of American voters, wanted the feds to mount a more aggressive response to all the law breaking. But among the New York Times' own staff, the op-ed proved to be radioactive. Times journalists went ballistic, publicly attacking their own organization for daring to run such a piece. A characteristic response came from the Times' Nicole Hannah-Jones, the 1619 Project originator, who wrote on Twitter, "As a Black woman, as a journalist, as an American, I am deeply ashamed that we ran this." Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with opinion journalists criticizing the thoughts of a U.S. senator, of course. Many on staff did not stop there. On the contrary, they argued that the Times never should have published the op-ed at all, that platforming such an opinion was an act of violence against Black people and would cause them harm. These staff members became organized, and soon enough, many of them started tweeting nearly identical statements that the op-ed had put Black writers and others in danger. Eventually, more than 1,000 Times employees signed a letter to top New York Times bosses accusing them of jeopardizing, quote, our reporters' ability to work safely and effectively. With hindsight, it's very clear what they were doing. Appropriating the language of human resources, hostile environment, workplace safety, etc., for the ideological project of shutting down an opinion that clashed with theirs. And the gambit worked. In an attempt to mollify the staffers, the Times published a groveling apology in the form of a self-flagellating editor's note that's still appended to the op-ed to this day. A.G. Sulzberger, the publisher of the Times, forced James Bennett, the editor of the opinion pages, to resign, and he did so. Other personnel involved with the Cotton op-ed were reassigned. Rubenstein left the paper some months later. This sorry episode is currently being relitigated 4 years later in light of a revelatory article published in The Atlantic earlier this week. Rubenstein is finally telling his side of the story and persuasively argues that the Times threw him, Bennett, and Cotton under the bus in order to appease a woke mob that works at the Times. He debunks several of the criticisms of the op-ed, namely that it had included obvious factual errors, and points out that Times op-eds penned by literal authoritarian dictators such as Muammar Gaddafi, Erdogan, even Vladimir Putin, not produced any internal fury whatsoever. It's very telling whose words are described as literal violence and whose are not. Quote, last year, the page published an essay by the Hamas-appointed mayor of Gaza City, and few seem to mind, writes Rubenstein in The Atlantic. But whether the paper is willing to publish conservative views on issues such as abortion rights and the Second Amendment remains an open question. Now, his article certainly appears to confirm suspicions that the paper of record is, at least at times, in thrall to its liberal staffers. Now, since the publication of this record-straightening account, an interesting criticism of it has appeared on social media. And this is what I really want to talk about. This criticism takes aim at a fascinating anecdote related by Rubenstein during the article's opening paragraphs. Now, according to him, he participated in an orientation activity upon first joining the Times. An HR representative asked new employees to each answer a question about themselves. Rubenstein was told to describe his favorite sandwich and volunteered the spicy chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A. The HR person chided him for citing Chick-fil-A at all, fast food chain with a socially conservative founder. Quote the HR person, "We don't do that here. They hate gay people." That was the response. This is a silk parody of woke shibboleths, if ever there was one. In fact, this response by a Times HR figure so embarrassing that some liberals have decided it simply cannot be true. Enter again Nicole Hannah-Jones, who I referenced earlier, opining on X that the anecdote in question never happened. She just flatly stated that, even though she had no knowledge of it. She was hardly alone, however, in accusing Rubenstein of making it up. Writer Michael Hobbs said the anecdote was, quote, egregiously false. Never mind that over the years, Rubenstein has told a number of other journalists, including yours truly, about this incident. The Atlantic actually verified it. The writer Jesse Singal reached out to the publication, and an Atlantic editor told him that Times employees with contemporaneous knowledge of the orientation session confirmed that it had happened that way. The full tweet read, Atlantic spokeswoman on the Chick-fil-A incident that Nicole Hannah-Jones and many others claimed must have been fabricated. The details were confirmed by the New York Times employees who had contemporaneous knowledge of the incident in question. So, what's the point of all this? Well, the next time conservative, libertarian, or independent thinkers are accused of spreading misinformation or reflexively distrusting the media, I think it would be helpful to remind the accusers, Rubenstein's accusers in the mainstream press, that we're all in good company. So did you see any of this discourse on social media over the past few days?
I'm afraid I did.
Chick-fil-A gate, everyone just denying, which I don't know. Anyone who is sat through, and I'm not calling out any specific thing, certainly not at the company I work for currently, but I worked for Comcast many years ago, and the HR orientation seminars are like laughable parody. Even before wokeness was a concept, what we used to call political correctness, I fully believe this happened exactly the way he said it. He told a number of people at the time, including me, that it happened that way, and now they verified, according to people who were in the room or heard of it at the time that it happened. But so like my Twitter feed was full of people like, no, that couldn't have happened. And a woke HR session, no, that's unthinkable. We would never be so like self-parodying in this way.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt that the actual HR, DEI kinds of meetings and processes they have people go through, even in the context that they're supposed to be deployed in, which is making the workplace better as opposed to being shoved into editorial processes and the like, is largely ineffective. I was subject to many of those kinds of trainings when I was an attorney, and in my experience, I didn't have so much of an issue with the kinds of examples that were being offered up by the DEI practitioners as much as how ineffective they were because they didn't have any power to influence the behavior of the people at the law firm who actually have power, which is the partners. And so I think there frankly was a need, and demonstrated by the fact that memorably, I remember at one DEI training session, they asked us all, the partners and the associates, to break out into different rooms and raise their concerns about what had been going on in the workplace. The associates all came back with, serious substantive issues, how to get work, how to have interpersonal, like this kind of things that will make a law firm work more easy. And the partners came back laughing about how once there was an associate who smelled so bad they had to fumigate his office, and that associate was of South Asian descent. So, we all, you can call that us getting triggered or microaggressed in this meeting, but the point is I don't think that people should be making those kinds of statements in a DEI context. And what does it mean about what they're saying elsewhere if they're saying things like that there? But that's all to say, the DEI trainers didn't do anything about that and couldn't do anything about that, because this isn't an issue of people kind of being lectured into compliance. It's a power issue, and people in power are going to do what they want to do and exert their power on others. So the issue here is broad and multifaceted. There are obviously editorial problems at the New York Times. They're dealing right now with this huge expose out of The Intercept, which demonstrates that they didn't follow the facts to publish their October 7th widespread rape story. They decided they wanted to publish that story, found two people with little to no writing experience, a woman and her nephew, and paired them together with a more established reporter, Gettleman, and basically that largely created a narrative that they're now walking back and walking away from. Something that was so unsubstantiated that when they tried to turn it into a podcast version of the article, the editorial team on the podcast side couldn't verify it enough to even go through with that particular project. And it's not surprising to me that the editorial failings here are happening along a lot of different political axes and political lines. And so I think this is a problem. I agree with you that it's not unsurprising that people would say kind of remarkable and outrageous things during a DEI training session. But it seems to me that the core problem here is that newsrooms aren't making decisions based on good editorial judgment, point blank, period. And that many people are going to use their political, whatever political tools at their disposal, whatever culture war tools at their disposal to get the kind of editorializing that they prefer out into the floor. And we should all be guarded against that.
I think in hindsight, this whole incident looks even more embarrassing for, frankly, the staff of the New York Times that it was handled this way. I didn't agree with the Tom Cotton op-ed. I didn't think that was a good solution. It was not a crazy thing to suggest. Given polls suggested that most people wanted it, but
most polls suggest that most people wanted more of a law enforcement response, or do they want military troops marching through their cities in response to, quote, cadres of Antifa left Antifa hordes? That wasn't exactly the cadres of left parties.
They wanted federal troops. That's what the polls showed. So that's what people said. Now you could say that's wrong. People don't know that that's that wouldn't. I mean, Cotton's argument that it was constitutional. That was the whole debate. But people didn't say, the staff didn't say that argument is wrong. They said this argument makes us unsafe and you shouldn't be able to print it in the paper. And I think that's why it became such a big deal. Because that was pretty crazy.
I think that's fair, but people aren't going to make those kinds of accusations in the midst of making a substantive argument about it should be printed. And in the proviso that now precedes the article, if you go and try to read it, they point out that there were these editorial misjudgments that were made, including the title of the piece, which was not Tom Cotton's fault. They admit that it was bad editorial judgment to frame it that way, and it was more alarmist than necessary. This quote from Cotton about cadres of left-wing radicals like Antifa, which were unsubstantiated allegations.
They have been substantiated subsequently, and that claim is true that there were Antifa members among the protests. I mean, that's in the Atlantic article.
Cadres of left-wing Antifa. So if your argument is that there were
no Antifa protesters?
So you're saying that people thought that they should deploy the troops because there were one or two Antifa members mixed in with millions of protesters? No. The obvious implication here is that there are hordes, throngs, millions of people in the street that belong to this amorphous Antifa, which, by the way, being an anti-fascist is a good thing.
Well, okay, but that doesn't mean the claim is wrong. You can put, you can have
It is.
no, it's not
If
wrong.
I write an op-ed that says there's an overwhelming problem, that there are hordes, there are cadres of
The op-ed
immigrants
specifically-
flowing through our cities and robbing and raping women and doing all of these things that aren't true, obviously that is inflammatory and inaccurate, right? I can say
It's not
there
inaccurate.
were 5 Antifa protesters at this protest. I can say that, and I can make the argument that the military should be deployed to address 5 Antifa members, 10 Antifa members, 20 Antifa members, whatever it is. But if you're intentionally embellishing the severity of a problem to call for as a elected representative people to mobilize the military to corral a civilian population, that needs to be written in a way that's accurate and precise and not an
What's
embellishment.
not written accurately is the editorial note that now appears in the column, saying that was not substantiated because it was in fact substantiated.
Where were these cadres?
You can read the Atlantic article where it is there were in fact Antifa members.
Well, what was done
embedded
about
among
them? Did we
the-
still gotta go out and get these cadres of Antifa that have
Okay,
been
you can
out
disagree with
there
the
in the
solution,
streets?
but it was not. You can say this is not the right way to.
Well, where did they all go? There's apparently cadres of left-wing radicals that, did they just disappear after 2020?
After what? After burning buildings and setting cop cars
What
on
are you talking
fire and
about,
killing people?
polls?
Yes, they did all of those things.
Polls,
All of those things happened.
polls
I know,
show that
mostly peaceful rioting, but it was
Polls
rioting.
show that most Americans also supported the burning down of that police station as well. So
All right.
polls are polls. You can't pick and choose them.
Okay, I said that yesterday as well. More rising right after this.
Law is leading the charge in electrified mobility.
Wow.
The Canada-China Committee in 2019 could have done exactly the same job as the ad hoc committee did, and we could have had the documents 3 years ago. The CSIS assessments released yesterday make it clear the PRC is and was actively recruiting top Canadian scientists to plunder Canada's research and intellectual property. The assessments also make clear that the PRC wants to weaponize this civilian research for military purposes against us and our allies. Knowing what we know now, will the government halt all collaboration between the Winnipeg National Microbiology Laboratory and any entities and individuals in the People's Republic of China?
The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that an attack on our national security by foreign nations, be it China or Russia, represents an attack on democracy. It represents a direct attack on every member of this House. And that I share his outrage that China or any country would attempt to interfere in our process. The Public Health Agency, which is one of the most respected agencies in the world, hired 2 Canadian citizens who are eminent and well-known scientists in Canada who lied. It is the Public Health Agency that discovered that. It is the Public Health Agency that fired them, and that's why there's now an RCMP investigation about their actions.
The documents, Mr. Speaker, reveal a shocking disregard for Canada's national security. They reveal a government that is completely asleep at the switch on national security and the machinery of government. They reveal government employees collaborating with Beijing's government and with the biological weapons unit of the People's Liberation Army. Equally shocking are the health minister's comments. He said yesterday, there was no evidence of actual breaches at the lab, and no sensitive information actually left the country. The documents say otherwise. Does the minister stand by those comments?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, the 2 Canadian scientists in question were well known for their work in virology and had spent their time working on health treatments for those that were suffering from viruses. Their collaboration, there is absolutely no evidence of the thing that the member opposite is suggesting, and I do not think that it is at all appropriate to suggest that they were involved with weaponization or things of this nature. They have all the documents, they can see all the information. We have waived all the normal considerations, not only of national security, Mr. Speaker, but of employee relationships that normally are kept confidential. It was our government that did that. That's why they have this information.
Scientists working with Ebola at Canada's only level 4 lab collaborated with the People's Republic of China
Army Major General. Sadly, the story does not end there. Dr. Chu was able to gain access to the lab for students from China, and it gets worse. A scientist from the Academy of Military Medical Sciences, the research arm of the PLA, known to work on biology-enabled warfare. How did so many citizens from a hostile superpower gain access to Canada's top lab? Is it because the Prime Minister admires China's basic dictatorship?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Some will attempt to national security concerns to play partisan games. I think that's unfortunate. And let me just give an example. With respect to Ebola, the exchange of Ebola in 2019 was done in the context of trying to work with China and other countries on finding solutions to Ebola, which exists in so many different parts of the country. At that moment in time in 2019, the relationship with China was in a different place. The information that was shared was through legitimate channels. It has nothing to do with this issue. It was absolutely known and handled with complete control. I think it's very, very important to not mischaracterize national security for partisan interests. Subsequent termination of the employment of 2 scientists.
After years of questions and political wrangling, the moment of truth. Documents released detailing why Jianguo Chu and her husband Keating Cheng were fired from the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg.
They weren't disclosing information, they were disclosing relationships, that the nature of other work that they were conducting wasn't being disclosed.
Good morning. Chu was part of an award-winning team that developed Canada's Ebola vaccine. Now, intelligence assessments also show she and her husband shared infectious viruses and scientific research with China, had a close and clandestine relationship with Chinese officials, and were considered a credible threat to Canada's economic security. The documents also say she lied about her involvement with Chinese government and military programs. In January 2021, both she and Cheng had their security status revoked and were fired in letters saying, "You can no longer be trusted to safeguard information, assets, and facilities. You cannot be relied upon not to abuse the trust and not pose a security risk to the Government of Canada and PHAC." We've never been able to talk to Chu or Cheng, and no one answered their door today.
Will he acknowledge espionage was involved in the Winnipeg lab incident?
For years, the opposition has fought for details to be released, accusing the government of using national security to shield itself from embarrassment. The health minister says the threat of Chinese influence wasn't as well known at the time.
I do think there was a lax adherence to security protocols. I think that there was an inadequate understanding of the threat of foreign interference. I believe that an earnest effort was made to adhere to those policies, but not with the rigor that was required.
But security experts are skeptical.
We knew a lot and had known a lot for at least a decade about Chinese foreign interference activities in Canada. A lot of concern at that time, and so there's really no excuse.
As for the lab, it says it's beefed up its security protocols and its rules for collaborating and sharing research with other countries. Karen Pauls, CBC News, Winnipeg.
Ça peut s'aggraver. Alors moi, je recommande Sensodine. Ça fonctionne.
Well, with more on the ArriveCan controversy, we're now joined by Laurie Turnbull. She chairs the Public and International Affairs Department at Dalhousie University, also a professor in the Faculty of Management at the school. Laurie, it was good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Good to see you too.
Listen, I do want to begin with what we're hearing from the Conservative leader, because Pierre Poilievre is asking not only for cooperation with any police investigation, but he's also...
Silence. What? What white supremacy? Everywhere. Good, hold it there. There. Got puppies on. Mm. Oh. Oh my god. Fuck that. I'm never eating Subway ever again. Ever, 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 What? What? I'm just going to put pants on. Why?
This foot-long pretzel has a dark secret behind it. I bought it, but it's an Auntie Anne's pretzel. That's not the dark secret. Hold on. It's part of Subway's new campaign where they're footlonging everything. They've got the Auntie Anne's pretzels, their own cookies, and Cinnabon churros. And that's because Auntie Anne's and Cinnabon and Subway and Baskin-Robbins and Dunkin' and dozens of other iconic brands from the Cheesecake Factory to Arby's to Sonic to the Bar Method to actual School of Rock are all owned by the same company, adding up to around 1.4 million employees. And that company, Rourke Capital, wants all of the profit of those employees' labor with none of the responsibility or accountability that comes with it. And the fight for them to keep it that way is at the heart of one of the least discussed but most important labor law battles of the year. So let's look at how we got here. This is Neil Aronson. He's a bit reclusive to the degree where most of his Google image results are just this one picture. But these two photos are the most enlightening. One with a table full of fast food, and one with a literal bucket of money. Aronson began his career as the private equity industry was first growing into the juggernaut it is today. The early age of buyouts and pilferage capitalism. Check out our video here for more on the basics of private equity. In 2001, Aronson and his uncle founded US Franchise Systems, a holding company for franchisable hotel chains. Franchise is going to be a key word throughout this. A lot of you might already know this, so I'll make it quick.
Franchising is a business model where the main brand company, let's say Subway, doesn't own all of its locations. Instead, they sell a license and all the parts one would need to run a Subway, the name, the recipes, the decor, to an individual or much smaller business who then owns and often operates that one location. Many franchise owners own multiple locations. That smaller owner pays the bigger corporation licensing fees and often has to use the bigger corporation's vendors. Like Subway owns the technology for their point of sale systems, which the smaller owners must use. We'll go a bit more into that relationship in a bit because it's complicated and changing right now. Aronson's franchise hotel business grew rapidly, and in 2001, he sold it for $100 million. Aronson used that money and his knowledge of how much he could make off franchises to start a new company, Roark Capital Group, a private equity firm.
We literally had nothing when we started. The only thing we had was a dream, and we had something called Roark's Core Values.
Yeah, and $100 million. But about those values, let's look at the name, Roark. The firm is named after Howard Roark, the main character in Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead. Maybe you know Ayn Rand as the famous author whose philosophy of self-reliance and individualism has influenced politicians for years.
So true.
But what does Howard Roark specifically represent? Aronson, in a rare interview, and Roark's official website attribute the name to the Fountainhead character's conviction and integrity, and not any political philosophy. But what Howard Roark really represents can tell us a lot about how the company named after him and Aronson do business. Roark is Rand's main example of egoism, written in the book as egotism. Randian egoism says that selfishness, that's acting purely in one's own self-interest with no concern for anyone else, is not only okay, but is a moral imperative. Here's a clip from a Fountainhead movie that comes straight from the book.
I came here to say that I do not recognize anyone's right to 1 minute of my life, nor to any part of my energy, nor to any achievement of mine.
The fictional Roark also claims, it's not in the movie, sorry, the egotist in the absolute sense is not the man who sacrifices others. He is the man who stands above the need for using others in any manner. He does not exist for any other man, and he asks no other man to exist for him. We'll come back to that, but let's look at what Roark actually does. Their first big acquisition is Carvel, the ice cream chain. You know, Fudgy the Whale and whatever. And over the years, they just kept expanding and expanding and expanding. They're in food, auto repair, exercise, and even education. Yeah, they own schools. Primrose Schools is a chain of franchised private early education facilities. Franchisees are encouraged to open schools in office and retail spaces. And because each school is independently owned, parents have no idea what their kids are being subjected to. Like one Redditor who reports children being forced to pray before getting fed. So clearly it's a wide variety of brands. But there's one thing they all have in common: incredibly low wages and other worker mistreatment. I spoke with the labor team at the private equity stakeholder project.
Usually you see a little bit more diversification within a private equity portfolio, but Roark really does kind of specifically focus on low wage work because that's how they can extract the most value. There's this kind of constant stream of capital, constant stream of workers, and so it also makes it really difficult for workers to unionize. Roark doesn't have any union presence at any of its companies.
It's worse than most private equity firms. Roark really is the champion of exploitation.
Wage theft is a huge issue at Roark. We found that Roark actually had the highest rate of wage and hour violations out of its peer group, so higher than Blackstone, higher than Apollo, higher than Carlyle, etc.
And Roark isn't ashamed of any of this. Inspire Brands, that's one of Roark's holding companies that they own all the other companies through, bragged to franchisees about their efforts to kill the $15 minimum wage and other pro-worker legislation.
Federal minimum wage, remains at $7.25, which is not a livable wage anywhere in the U.S.
So how did they get away with treating their 1.4 million employees like this? Because they're not really Roark's employees yet. Let's look at what the franchise model actually means both for workers and franchisees. The small business owners who contract with Rourke brands to start Subways and Buffalo Wild Wings and Dunkin's and Schools of Rock. In 2023, Neil Aronson, the head of Rourke, was inducted into the International Franchise Association's Hall of Fame. He was the first private equity executive to reach that honor. The IFA is the main trade group for giant franchise corporations. And as is usual with corporate trade groups, you can learn a lot about what they want from their own website. The only political issue that gets its own whole section on their site is something called joint employer, which is about who a franchise employee works for, who is their actual boss, who is responsible for their rights. Does a Subway worker work for the guy who owns that Subway? Or for Subway, the giant international corporation, and by extension, Neil Aronson? Here's some quick history. In 2014, McDonald's franchises in California were committing gross wage theft against their workers. The workers got together and sued the franchise owner and corporate McDonald's. At the time, this was unprecedented, but the National Labor Relations Board ruled that McDonald's corporate was a joint employer with the workers' on-paper employer, the local location owner, allowing the workers to sue McDonald's HQ. The workers got millions in their settlement. This sent chills through the franchise corporation industry. A year later, the NLRB ruled that a franchisor, that's the big corporation, doesn't need to directly control franchise employees to be a joint employer, making the giant corporations liable for labor violations. But then, in 2017, after this dude gutted the NLRB and put his own guys in, the definition of joint employer was weakened, removing responsibility from the giant corporations and leaving it with the local owners in most cases.
The franchise model is problematic because any issues that arise in one of the franchises, Rourke, as the ultimate owner, can kind of shirk responsibility. So this is a really profitable, preferable model for a business owner because they never have to take any of the responsibility.
So if the franchise industry got what they wanted, why are they talking about it now? Because in 2023, the NLRB under this dude reversed the rule again. The new standard defines joint employer as any entity that has control of at least one of the following: wages and benefits, hours and schedule, the assignment of duties to be performed, supervision of performance, rules and discipline, hiring and discharge, and working conditions. This change would make the corporate giants responsible for the rights of the employees at their franchise locations. And of course, the change is facing challenges in court from the Chamber of Commerce, a pro-business, anti-worker lobbying. They spend more on lobbying than anyone else. And of course, Rourke Capital sponsors their events. There are also challenges in Congress. Perhaps that's why Neil Aronson focused his political donations this year entirely on West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin.
Okay. Okay, Minister? Okay. 7 away. Alright, so we change anything, right? Wow.
Right? You got home? Well, how long you going back over for though? How long you going back over for? How long are you going back over for? Okay. I was gonna bring Matthew over. What? Tonight? Like I was gonna go to go pick up Jan's check. Cause I had to go there to pick up Jan's check. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Bye. How?
If you expect people to help you, you also have to try. What is there? More? I get you more. Okay. Keys. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? Oh. Good. Hey, Jesus. Fucking spaz. I see you. Come on. You do it. Jump. Yeah, it's coming. Mm.
What's possible coming from rural Quebec to move up the ladder to be Prime Minister of Canada as he was?
That is Jean Chrétien earlier today remembering his former foe, Brian Mulroney, the 18th Prime Minister of this country, passed away at the age of 84 earlier today. Vashi Kapelos was talking about how she had recently extended invitations to have the former Prime Minister on her show.
I can tell you, Marilla, that I've actually had the chance to speak with him myself over the last number of months on a few occasions. When I would request an interview, for example, he would take the time to call back and tell me a bit about some of the medical things that he was going through and why it made it difficult for him to say yes to those interviews. We did talk to him, though, I think it was about a year ago, just after he had made public that he was battling cancer, and he was looking amazing, and he was, super cogent.
Vashi Kapelos will be a part of the broadcast in about 40 minutes time on News Talk tonight. It is the CTV National News that you'll hear on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. I was talking about some of the accomplishments, and whether you love or hate Brian Mulroney, a lot of the things that he had accomplished or attempted were huge things, opening up the Constitution and trying to bring Quebec in with Beach Lake, the much hated, probably even to this day, HST, free trade, acid rain, and apartheid, all huge accomplishments, or at least you could, even with the failures, see where the man stood. That's what I was talking about when I interacted with former mayor of Toronto earlier tonight. John Tory was once an advisor to Brian Mulroney.
What you said is so true, and the people, either like Brian Mulroney or they didn't, and they liked him enough to give him 2 majority governments, but he was, even those who didn't like him would agree, he was one of the prime ministers of greatest consequence, so I put it in my statement tonight, in the history of the country, because some of the things you listed and more, acid rain, free trade, GST, and these were things that took a lot of courage. They were not popular measures, any of them when they were brought forward, but they were necessary. The stand he took on apartheid, was a global accomplishment by a Canadian Prime Minister on something that was a point of great principle to many Canadians and people all around the world. And he had, all the books that have been written say he had a huge impact on Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan and on the change that took place to make South Africa, to do away with apartheid and make it a democracy. So it's a very sad loss. He lived a very good life, but you're always sad when people like that pass away.
What was your relationship with him, John?
Well, I supported him when he ran for leadership. He mentioned that he ran in 1976. I was the head of the Young Conservatives at that time, and it was controversial because he was a guy who was kind of not a member of Parliament. He was running from the outside. And then I sort of would see him on and off over the years, but starting in about 1986, I became a volunteer advisor to him. I talked to him many times each week. And then in the 1988 election, which people will remember was the free trade election, I traveled through the entire election with him as his strategic advisor and helping him to win that election. And of course, that was a very monumental election in the history of the country. And when you travel with somebody like that for I think it was about 60 days, you get to know them pretty well. So we got to know each other, and he continued to be a friend and a mentor. I had lunch with him just before Christmas here in Toronto, and he was frail, but he was telling stories and laughing, as much as he always did, because it's sad, Jim, people never really got to know what Brian Mulroney was like. Part of the work I did as an advisor was to do focus groups to kind of figure out what people thought of him and, you know, why they didn't have warmer feelings towards him, notwithstanding the fact they voted for him. And they just didn't really sort of know the guy. They didn't have any frame of reference. They sort of say, well, I don't really know who he is, even though he was on television every single day. So he was a very funny, you know, sort of a vintage kind of funny Irishman, very smart, obviously, and very caring about his friends and family. He was a wonderful family too, Jim. This is another thing I used to say to people, because he was being roundly attacked back in the sort of 80s by everybody. And I said, you know, I know his kids, and his kids today are adults, of course, but they were children at the time. And even today as adults, these are four nice people, like good people. And his wife is a wonderful person, and you sort of have to give people a break sometimes that are public figures and say, look, if they're married to people that nice, they have such a good relationship, they seem to be such a good father, and subsequently he was a wonderful grandfather, then, you know, isn't that almost more important than what they liked what he did as Prime Minister? But he certainly had a roster of accomplishments. Another thing, Jeff, he was asked to give the eulogy at two presidents of the United States and Nancy Reagan's funeral. And this is, again, you say, well, so what? I mean, this is the respect in which he was held by people like that he was asked to give eulogies at their funerals. And this is, I think, an idea of the kind of stature that he had on the world stage as well.
John Tory is the former mayor of Toronto, and again, at one point, an advisor to the former Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, who passed earlier today. Caroline Mulroney is in the cabinet of Doug Ford. Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, called the show earlier today.
Yeah, it's just such a sad day. You know, Caroline called me and I chatted with her, and we became good friends with her dad, not to mention Caroline as well. And we used to call him, and he was a great mentor and an advisor. You know, he just a great person, and he was an icon, you know, trailblazer. And he was instrumental in making sure that the NAFTA deal went through. He was instrumental in part of ending apartheid in South Africa. And the list goes on and on and on. But Bill was reminding me when the Prime Minister, you know, was chatting, and he absolutely loved my mom, and my mom loved him, and handed a recording, a little CD of him singing. He was quite a really singer. And so, you know, I'd be on the phone with him, and I'd say, you know, Prime Minister, here's my mom. And they'd chat, and next thing you know, we'd break out into singing a song. And like Bill said, with his mother-in-law, well, that was my mom. You know, she'd be a puddle on the ground, and he'd still be singing away. So he's just an incredible person. Always pick you up. If you're having a down day, give the Prime Minister a call. And he always talked about leadership and keep moving forward. And by the time you got off the phone, you were so pumped up, you wanted to go out there and start campaigning, door knocking, and meeting people. So it's going to be missed tremendously. And my heart and prayers go out to Caroline and Mila and all the kids and the grandchildren.
When your dad was in politics, I'm guessing it would have been around the same time that the former Prime Minister was in politics. Was he somebody that you looked up to growing up, Doug?
Well, I remember that debate. I was 20 years old, and I loved Brian Mulroney. My dad loved Brian Mulroney. And actually, someone was with my parents. I'll tell you a little story. My parents were out for dinner with a few couples, and I guess one person didn't like the Prime Minister too much. It started wasn't saying, you know, nice things about him, and my dad got into it with him, and literally told my mom, Diane, we're leaving. Right in the middle of the dinner, we're leaving. I can't handle this, and he just walked out. I told the Prime Minister that story as well.
That's great. What do you think his legacy will be to this country?
Well, one of the big areas is NAFTA. He was the one that made it happen. Himself and Ron, two great leaders, two great friends. So I'd have to say NAFTA, that continues on today. You know, Ontario, we're the largest trading partners, the U.S. We do. $460 billion of trade, two-way trade split down the middle, and that's because of Brian Mulroney. We're able to do that. And for the I always say, generally, we're a standalone country. We'd be the U.S.'s third largest trading partner. And again, that's because of Prime Minister Mulroney.
That stepped forward earlier today. The Premier of Ontario, and his thoughts on the passing
what the fuck?
Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, our 18th Prime Minister. We'll hear from our friend, morning man in Ottawa, Bill Carroll, Thomas Mulcair, the former NDP leader, Scott Reid, and Tim Power of Consumer Strategies will all join us before the CTV National News and a special show marking the passing of Brian Mulroney at 84.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Good evening. Well, one problem down over on DeCarry North, the one up at the top at Rosemount, the two right lanes were closed. We have something else cooking. See some flashing lights off in the distance from the Queen Mary camera towards Côte St. Luc. It's a crawl on the approach to Côte St.
Okay. Okay. Hold on, Jack. Mm.